And here we are. We've done it. We hit the buttons. We did the things. We connected the dots and made the stream happen. Yeah, I don't really sleep anymore. Like, I was not much one for, like, sleeping at night in the first place. I'm a complete and total night owl in the first place. I love midnight. I love the night. I've always loved the night, even as a kid. I love staying up late. I hated going places during the day. I hated school. Like, all of that shit. And now I see that it's like, yeah, of course I hated school. School is an indoctrination system that is as artificial as it gets to waste our youth, right? I don't know how anybody goes through school and comes out the other side being like, that was an experience that was positive for all. I mean, school systems should be beautiful. They should be a brilliant thing, but, you know, it basically just wasted all our time, taught us nothing, and handed the keys to the kingdom over to a group of, you know, sociopathic child rapists, right? And that's where we're at, and that's where we're at. And now it's all like 50 years ago, not long at all, within living memory, the President of the United States of America resigned because he was embroiled in a wiretapping scandal. The President of the United States of America said to the people of America, hey, I did that thing that's illegal. I'm going to resign over it, and I'm going to leave office. How quaint. What a charming time. Like, any of these boomers that are like, kids these days don't know how easy it got. Like, your president resigned over a wiretapping scandal. My president literally went to an island of children he could rape and did. And he's still the president. Like, he started a war. Peanut Butter Beatrice, good to see you. Paper Mario, I don't know that I understand the comment, but Paper Mario to you as well. Conton, always a pleasure. Wicked guitar riff. Peanut Butter Beatrice, quaint was the exact word that occurred to me. Yeah. Like, revisit the Bill Clinton impeachment scandal. Like, you don't even need to go back that far. Right? Bill Clinton was impeached on several occasions. He never left office over it. Who knew that the way he could have avoided conflict at all would have been if, instead of having consensual relations with an intern, he instead had non-consensual relations with a little girl or boy, right? We still need to, you know, more trans child rape seems to be the way we do things around here. Like, who knew that if he had have instead just, like, been caught raping a kid, people would have been like, oh, Bill, what are you gonna do, right? Like, sometimes the President of the United States of America needs to have non-consensual relations with children. That's just how it goes. This person should be in charge of the media, of the military, and the media, let's be honest. Well, he's not in charge. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yay, Stack, over on Twitch. Good to see you, too. Hope you're having a good one. Good afternoon. I suppose we're getting into the evening. Eggs D, good to see you. Warehouse Luigi. Peanut Butter Beatrice says, Paper Mario is what the folks online are calling the guy that set fire to the TP factory. Very nice. Yeah, very nice. I've seen some people refer to him as Waluigi, right? Because Warehouse, WA, Luigi, Waluigi. I think it makes sense. Yeah, so the overt, insane contradictions of the system of capital combined with the very people who seize power and are manifest through the system of capital, which are ruthless psychopaths, has begun to generate a world where regular citizens, right, Americans, are really not that much different than slaves anymore. That the goal, very obviously, like at this stage in the game, if you think anything other than this, then I think you're just Looney Tunes out of touch with reality. The goal is clearly the reinstatement of slavery as an institution in America. It's just very clearly what the goal is. That the psychopath class has decided that people are complacent enough that we can begin rolling back any successes that were clawed out of the hands of the capitalist class, and we can essentially reinstate a slavery kind of society. At this stage in the game, they already have a prison slave system. The prison slave system is firmly entrenched. We don't need to do like a big investigation into the prison slave system. Places like, I believe it was Louisiana. Yeah. Louisiana GOP advances bill to criminalize homelessness, create internment camps. So, because of the prison slave system, right? Because of the loophole of, I believe it's the 13th Amendment, where they can use slave labor for prisoners. So what they're going to start to do is they're going to make private conditions so bad, and they're going to create tent cities as they're doing, right? And create homelessness as they're doing. And instead of doing anything to alleviate that and being like, oh goodness, something's gone off the rails, what they're going to do is simply criminalize being homeless, right? So they'll just go into tent cities, right? They'll go into areas where homeless people live and they'll just round them up and put them into prisons, concentration camps, whatever you want to call them. And once they are criminals, right, once their life is criminalized, then we can just make them slaves and just tell them what to do and tell them where to go. And because slave labor, especially like prison slave labor, is expanding dramatically, but the other form of slave labor that exists is migrant labor. Right? So here in Canada, we have a program called the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, where we basically bullshit a bunch of migrant workers to come and work at temporary foreign work, and it'll be a vacation, come see Canada, all this kind of stuff. And then they come here, and it's like literally slavers. The people who are involved in the Temporary Foreign Worker Program are slavers who want slaves, and they'll take like 20 people and jam them into a room for one. The migrants who experience the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, especially the ones that work on like farms, they describe it as slavery and slave labor conditions, because that's the point of the program. That's the purpose of the program. And all of this reintroduction of slavery back into the labor pool and back into the labor system allows a degradation of the labor market generally, so that even your minimum wage jobs are just going to be slave labor. Like, they're just going to be slave labor. And you're not going to be able to find another job anywhere at a minimum wage rate that isn't just going to be slavery, right? And we live in this, like, condition where we just are being told to accept it, right? We're in this kind of condition where we're told that this is like a natural thing that is actually happening. And of course, that's coming out of the mouths of the people who are raping your children, right? And so there's just this, like, extreme gullibility that has to exist now in the conversation. Like, for God's sakes, like, take a look at what your leader, your child rapist, federal criminal leader, is putting on his Truth Social. Like, so embarrassing that he put this on his Truth Social in the first place, that literally nobody, like, Donald Trump did not make this, right? And for those of you who are just listening, I'm sure that you have heard of this photo, or you've seen this photo of Donald Trump dressed as what can only be described as Jesus of Nazareth. Yes, the Jesus Christ. Which he claimed, he thought, oh, I thought I looked like a Red Cross doctor. Now, only one of two things, there's only two ways that this can go for Donald Trump, for Donnie. You're either so stupid that you can't look at a picture, like, take your thumb and just put it over Donald Trump's head and look at that picture and ask yourself, who is that? And if your answer isn't, that's Jesus fucking Christ, then you are dumb. Like, you're too dumb to, I don't know how you get your shoes on. Like, how did you make it out of bed? How are you listening to this podcast? How are you even involved in this computing world at all? If you think that this is anything other than Donald Trump as Jesus Christ. And Donald Trump's excuse that he didn't think he looked like Jesus Christ, even though he's got light coming out of his hand. He's got light coming out of his hands, wearing the Jesus clothing. And he's trying to convince you that, oh, I thought I was just a doctor. That means he's too stupid to govern. What's scarier than this, okay, is that someone clearly made this for him. Like, he doesn't have the technical ability to do this. This is something he commissioned. You understand? He commissioned this, and then somebody made it. Maybe they used AI, and, like, there's a whole AI thing, and that's why. But somebody put in the prompts, and the robot went beep, 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 beep. Because robots don't have taste, right? Robots don't have the ability to understand, you know, the vibe. And so it just shit out Donald Trump as Jesus healing some guy as military and eagles and America. Literally, there's angels above his head. Like, how do you miss this? This he posts onto his Truth Social. He puts it into the world for all of us to look at. Which means that he didn't run it by anybody. Or if he did run it by anybody, the people he ran it by were like, another win, Mr. President. Slam dunk. Like, Donnie, you gotta start doing some like test groups for your ideas, my man. And what this really reveals, right, is just the enormity of this guy's dumb, stupid monkey ego. Like, this guy's just a big, dumb gorilla. Just eating McDonald's, talking about we're gonna get the head of this thing, we're gonna take it on, we're gonna be in, you're gonna see, it's gonna be good, we're gonna make swear to God, if the day someone actually makes like a comedy parody about this moment, they should just have Donald Trump just going I hate and have everybody like, yeah, we love it. And it would be exactly the same. Nothing he says matters at all. No statement he makes has any merit, credibility, interest, intrigue. It doesn't move the needle even a little bit. Because he'll say the opposite of the thing he just said directly after he says the first thing. He'll say, we're going to invade, we're not going to invade. We're gonna bomb them, we're not gonna bomb them. Like, he believes that reality is whatever he says it is, but he's not consistent at all. And he's just kind of a psycho. And it's all in front of us now. Like, it's as naked as it can get. Ziggo over on Twitch, good to see you. Like, the guy is posting memes of him as Jesus while firing missiles into children's schools in Iran while going to islands to have sex with children. Like, these events are happening today, now. If you are still on the hype train for this, if you are still walking around now making excuses for this guy, we get to call you a Nazi. You are a Nazi. We get to call you one. And when you complain about it, we get to spit in your face and tell you to shut up, Nazi. You fucking worthless Nazis. Like, go fuck yourselves. Each and every one of you. And what so many of these dumbass, ridiculous, absurd mega clowns are going to do, and they're starting to do, is they're going to bounce off of Donald Trump, and they're just going to start talking about the actual reality as if they were always opposed to what Donald Trump was doing. And my advice, what I hope is true for America, it won't be, but what I hope is true, is that a good amount of people will go, yeah, you were wrong about literally everything. Like, if you're still listening to Joe Rogan, time to bounce, man. Time to get out. Like, time to tune out of that shit. Time to go. We're done here. Like, when people discredit themselves in such an obvious way, like they zigged instead of zagged, and they ended up in a pedophile cult. Maybe you should look at that and be like, man, I heard on Joe Rogan some anti-vax stuff. Yeah, I mean, the guy endorsed a, like, federal criminal child rape pedophile. Like, yeah, I bet he does. Like, why are we listening to this guy? Like, why do we care about what this guy's opinions are at all? Like, even a little. Like, even a little anymore. Like, and they're trying so hard. I'll, like, see a clip of Rogan, and he'll have, like, some comedian on. And the comedian will be like, wow, can you believe what they're doing in Iran? And Joe will just be like, yeah, it's crazy. That's your boy. That's your guy. You endorsed that guy. Donald Trump for president, Joe Rogan, stamp of approval. You and Dana White gonna suck his cock while he, like, fucking does this. And, like, it seems like we're slowly watching the Democrats, insofar as they are able, right? Because they can only go so far, because they are also part of the pedophile cult, start to actually turn and be like, oh, these criticisms that are coming at us from the left, yeah, we can no longer just hand wave these away. We can no longer just poo-poo these. We can no longer be like, oh, children, when you grow up, you'll be conservative, just like me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go to fucking Epstein Island again. And I know I'm fucking, like, banging the pulpit on this Epstein thing, but Jesus fucking Christ. Like, Jesus actual Christ. Like, you want me to go to work? Like, you want me to participate in your dumb little society? You want me to be part of this? No. Like, no. Absolutely fucking not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. I will not be involved in any of this at any level. I will do everything I can to slow this process down. I am but one man. I am a simple, humble, lowly worker. That is the way I will be, and that is the way I will die. And I'm going to do the absolute barest fucking minimum in order to prevent you from getting even a simple, stingy little copper from me. If I can get a penny out of your fucking fingers, I'll do it. You are completely discredited. You have no leg to stand on. And when I say you, I mean literally every government official and every government institution and every private institution. Literally all of them are completely and utterly discredited. You don't need to listen to them outside of the fact that they have guns. And that is it. And when they turn and look at me and say, oh, you're just lazy. Oh, there's something wrong with this boy. You're literally supporting a pedophile. A pedophilic rapist. I don't give a shit what you think at all. Like, even a little. Even a little. I mean, I do care what you think, because you should care what Nazis think, so that you can know who their next victim is, right? Like, when they start talking about, like, trans sport, you're immediately like, oh, yeah, okay. When they start talking about some, like, burqa issue or something, some like, really low-scale issue that affects Muslims. You're like, oh, okay. We know who they're hunting. We know who their prey is. Indigenous women keep disappearing. I wonder where they're going. Like, we know you hunt them for sport. Like, we know what you're doing. It's really obvious what you do. You're not subtle about it. Like, for a long time, the billionaire, the psychopath class, had the benefit of the doubt that what they were revealing about themselves, I'm not even going to say what they were accused of. Like, what they literally were openly doing in front of all of us, for all of us to see for decades. It was just so horrible. It was just so horrific and horrible to bear witness to that people couldn't do it. They couldn't believe it. It was too much. Because it opened up this whole door. Well, the door got opened. The door's open. We got a good, long, peering look inside of it. And I think the most horrific part about it is that it doesn't seem to matter. It doesn't matter at all. To our institutions or anybody. And so when people come in here and start talking to me about capitalism, I'm just like, my brother in Christ. Like my brother in Trump. What are we doing here? Like, and all of this is manifesting itself into acts of overt violence. Yeah, Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, I heard at least 9 other warehouses have gone up in smoke. Yeah, that's just going to keep happening. Like, if you put a pile of, like, money in the middle of a community and you tell everybody they can't get access to it except the slaves that they give access to, like, what do you think's going to go down, my man? Sam Altman, this fucking psycho, people are opening fire at him. People are throwing Molotov cocktails at this guy. The only people who seem to be surprised by this at all are the psychopaths themselves. They're the ones that are like, I can't believe it's happening. Meanwhile, the response from the public has just been this overwhelming, like, yeah, get this fucking guy. Let's go. The people are constantly commenting. I see it, like, I can't get it off my feed. I can't get rid of it. I can't get rid of people popping in and being like, oh, you had a bunch of No Kings protests and nothing happened. Burn down a couple of warehouses and see what... I'm like, yeah. Like, protests are the last attempt. A society gathers in protest, and a ruling class that has wisdom or intelligence or basic survival mechanisms, the ability to understand their own mortality and have self-awareness in the world, looks at protests and goes, oh, okay. Wow, 100,000 people showed up. Oh, okay, we should respond rationally to that. And a rational response to protest is to listen to what the protesters are saying, address what the protesters are saying, and then give them a little piecemeal win. Something they can grab onto to be like, we got something. That's how you govern properly. You give them almost nothing. Right? Like, this is how liberals govern. This is how liberalism works. That you have liberals in power who look at protesters and say, okay, we'll give you a 1% increase over 10 years. That'll be eaten away by inflation anyway. So things are basically going to meet where it's... And you force them to, like, strike and hurt themselves and go through big protests and organize. You put them through this protest strike ringer to, like, squeeze them to finally get them to the point where they just accept the status quo, basically. But it's framed in such a way that they can be like, we did it! We got a 1% increase over 25 years chewed away by inflation. Like, we stood up to them and we got them. That's how you govern, right? Like, the phrase that's coming out of this is all you had to do was pay us enough to live. I've said it before and I'll say it again, and it's my live stream, so it's my stream of consciousness. The ask is so low. Like, that's what makes it so pathetic. That's what makes this whole situation so pathetic. And what makes the West such an overwhelming embarrassment. Just a huge embarrassment. Like, we built the system that gave more than what people wanted. Like, all people really want is they want to go to a job that they feel has an outcome that is beneficial for the whole. Right? And they want some days off so they can party and get drunk and have sex. That's the entire human experience. We make such a big fucking ridiculous deal of, well, you gotta go out, you gotta find meaning in the world, you know. You gotta find meaning, and you gotta find something important, or else what's life living for? You know, what if you're not living? All anybody wants, and all anybody ever wants, is they want to feel like the thing that they're doing with their life, their job, matters to not just the people who are currently around them, but the people who will come up behind them. And then they also want enough leisure time so that they can fucking get a blowjob and just have a nice time before they decay and die. And that's the whole human experience. It's not that complicated. And our leaders are fumbling this ball. They are fumbling the bag, man. Like, they are fumbling. They're fumbling so bad that the blowback might be goddamn Sharia law. Like, they are fumbling the ball so hard that the blowback against AIPAC, the blowback against the psychopath pedophile class, the blowback against the billionaire class, is going to just... That's the sound of your warehouses going up in flames. Like, people are asking for basically nothing. If you were to just give, literally, like, whatever basic income dumbass scheme you want to come up with, although we all know that basic income is just like a cryptocurrency scheme, right? We're all aware of that, right? That the basic income is a way to get people hooked into a Bitcoin digital currency system so they can disconnect people from the government, right? So that they can continue destroying this government body, and they can have a crypto system that you're hooked to, that they can just turn off on you at any time. Right? We all know that. Right? We're not dumb enough to actually believe that the basic income is like, oh, this will be a great thing that we're all definitely going to benefit from. Yeah, right. Like, very obviously a way to digitize the currency and then shunt the entire currency into private coffers. Right? Like, the hedge funds don't just want your house and your money. They want control of the entire currency. You understand? They want you to be caught in the currency system that they own. And they're going to do that by saying, oh, we got a basic income here. Oh, look, we've typed some dollars into the screen and loaded. Well, now, aren't you getting food? Are you getting shelter? Oh, it's so great, isn't it? Yeah, give it 7 years. Give it 7 years and see what kind of, like, crypto-fascist hellhole, like, slave market exists because of it. Like, yeah, right. But they can't even do this shit. They can't even make this shit happen. Right? Like, a crypto-fascist basic income scheme is exactly correct. It's exactly what these pedophilic rapists should do. Absolutely, it's what they should do. It's a good move. They'll get millions of slaves. You'll have, like, your company towns, right? You'll give them a basic income so that they can give it right fucking back to who? You, because you own all the food, you own all the shelter, you own all the goods. Like, you own all of that, right? So you're going to give them their basic income, and then they're going to just give it right back to you. And so you'll have, like, a little market of people, like a little zoo. And all you got to do, right? All you got to do once you have your people hooked into your basic income system is just slowly raise prices, right? You give them $2,000. Slowly raise prices. Slowly raise prices. And then you just force people to go to fucking work. Right? Go to fucking work doing what? I don't know, acting as a valet for you while you get blown by a 14-year-old. Whatever crazy bullshit dumbass thing these psychopaths want done. Like, and we're all just going along with it. And we're all just, like, pretending like, oh yeah, well, there's definitely an electoral solution to this. Yeah, we'll just talk it out. Yeah, we'll just have chats about it, right? We'll just sit around and have rational discussions about how to organize the society, and that'll absolutely do it, right? Road Pro, good to see you. I've been ignoring the chat for a bit. Yeah, I haven't slept. So I'm really, like, I'm in a real stream of consciousness today. Peanut Butter Beatrice says, I heard he was told to say it was doctored like Carolyn Levitt said, and thought they said doctor, kind of like how he confused excursion for incursion. The man has dementia. He should not be the president. Peanut Butter Beatrice continues, or how he confused immigration asylum with Hannibal Lecter insane asylum. Yeah. He has dementia. He should not be the president. Like, there's a lot of reasons why Donald Trump should no longer be the president. Man, so, like, this next year is going to be super annoying because it's just going to be Trump at the Trumpiest, right? And the Republicans at the Republicaniest. And they're just going to be like, it's just win after win after win for us. And then the Democrats will probably come in and they'll probably take the House or the Senate, and they'll just, all the next 2 years is about impeaching Trump. Because the problem is Trump. Trump's the problem. Trump's an aberration. Trump's an unusual, strange, fringe scenario. He's not the natural outcome of the system of capital that will replicate itself again. Like, that's the part about it that I think is not at all understood by the corporate fascists, the Democrats. Right? The corporate fascists actually do think that what's going to happen is they'll take power again, and then we're going to get America back on track. We're gonna reassert ourselves into the world, and we'll get back on track. And they just sort of fail to recognize that Donald Trump is just the first guy through the door. He's just the first guy who was just like, sure, I'm a game show host. I could probably do this. Let's take a run at it. Let's take a stab at it. Like, when you're at the circus and a car pulls up and one clown comes out of the car, what follows? Austin, good to see you. How's it going? I have not slept. The world is simultaneously beautiful and horrifying. When one clown comes out of the car, other clowns follow. And we might get like a term or two of President Gavin Newsom. President fucking Gul Dukat. That's like a real niche cut right there. That's for the Star Trek, like the true Star Trek fans. When I say that Gavin Newsom is Gul Dukat, there's a very specific group of people that are just going to be like, ooh, yes. That's pristine. Not only does he look like Gul Dukat, right? His entire philosophy is Gul Dukat's philosophy. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to do it. In Star Trek The Next Generation, a species of humanoids was introduced named the Cardassians. Not the Kardashians. The Cardassians. Now imagine my disappointment when somebody said, hey, there's a new show coming out called Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Cotton, what? What, bro? What? Keeping Up with the Kardashians instead of Keeping Up with the Cardassians, which is a show I would have really loved. And the Cardassians are snakes, literally. Their species is a snake. They evolved from snakes. And so they have this slippery, two-faced way of discussing things, where they try to present themselves as charming, right? Polite, well-meaning, when really they're trying to drive the dagger as deep as they possibly can in your back. There's another Cardassian on the show, Deep Space Nine, Garrick, who represents this quality. One of the best sci-fi characters to ever exist is Garrick, for sure. Quark is also very strong. There's actually a lot of great characters in Deep Space Nine. Like, Deep Space Nine was just loaded with incredible characters. A couple of misses, that's to be expected. But like Quark, Garrick, even Miles O'Brien is a great character on this show. And when you listen to Gavin Newsom talk, he does exactly what the Cardassians do. He does exactly what Gul Dukat does. And Gul Dukat goes from Star Trek Next Generation, becomes a major character who is literally like a villain foil to Captain Sisko, Commander Sisko, who becomes Captain Sisko. And his entire modus operandi and the entire arrangement between the two of them is Sisko knowing that Gul Dukat is embroiled in some conspiracy or scandal that lurks behind the scenes, but not having the evidence to pin him with it. So it's a game of cat and mouse all the time, where Gul Dukat is doing something, Sisko's trying to sniff it out, and just when Sisko thinks he's going to get what he needs to show somebody what's going on, Gul Dukat twists the dagger, and everything disappears. Like, and there are great episodes where Cisco sees things. He sees things. And it's just like, I got you, bud. Like, I got you pegged. And Gul Dukat's like, you got nothing, bro. You got nothing. It's just your word. Right? And that's exactly who Gavin Newsom is. He's just this smiling, Ponzi, like, he looks like Richie Rich grew up. He just looks like money. But you just know that he's going to just twist the dagger into your back. And now that everything's like in the open, he just openly says it. Go listen to Gavin Newsom talk on Ben Shapiro's show. And you're just going to see the emptiness of the Democratic Party and the inability of the Democratic Party to actually respond rationally to what's going on. Like, if you're not putting together at this stage in the game that taking AIPAC money is a death sentence for you, like, if you're not understanding that, you don't need to be governing. Ong writes, yeah, good to see you, by the way, Ong. Guess who will still ride or die for him? The Gusana Mafia. I mean, other Nazis, right? Like, yeah. Like, Nazis are going to be ride or die for with this guy. The people who are like, I want my slave plantation back. Like, yeah, I believe it. Even after this PR disaster, they're still raving about how he'll liberate Cuba. I mean, he might. He's got a year, right? Just a year of unfettered doing whatever he wants, right? And if you're getting into the mind of Donald Trump, you're starting to be like, man, I really would like a win after I keep taking all these L's over Iran. This blockade of the blockade is just like, oh yeah, you're gonna blockade? Well, I'm gonna blockade. Like, it's just so Archie Bunker. It's so fucking Fred Flintstone. It's just exactly the type of just like loudmouth, blowhard, dumbass bull. They're blockading it. They're blockading. Well, what? Well, we'll put a blockade there too. We'll block, and so Iran will be like, okay, we'll give you permission to come through, but then we are gonna see who's gonna come through. We are America. We're gonna make the final say about who comes through the Strait of Hormuz. Fucking what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? And it's costing, like, $300 bagillion a second to make it happen. This is the part about it that I think finally has been... Like, the Iran war, for so many people, I think has been just the straw that breaks the camel's back in a real and serious and significant way. Because we're constantly told... We don't have the money. We can't make it out. How are you going to pay for that? What's you going to do? All the dickering and the excuses. But now we're bombing school children in schools and like carpet bombing people and spending like millions and millions of dollars a day in order to make gas prices go up. And I think there's a lot of people who are finally, like, working a $7 an hour job, looking at that, going, oh, there's no laws. Like, looking at the ICE agents, looking at the concentration camps, looking at the genocide, looking at the endless, never-ending, godless wars. And finally, people are starting to put two and two together and go, oh, it's all bullshit. It's all just completely illusionary and completely manufactured, completely fake and completely false. There are no laws. We can do whatever we want. Like, the people who are burning down these warehouses are being treated like heroes. They're martyrs, right? They're martyring themselves. That it's that phrase, that classic speech, I believe it came out of France, that we have to stop the gears from turning. And if that means we have to put our limbs and our bodies on the gears so that they will break our bones to do it, then we will and we must. That's exactly who these warehouse guys are. That's exactly who they are. That they are looking at a sick, disgraceful, disgusting society and culture, and they're saying, this has to be killed. We have to kill this. They are absolutely correct. And what's so appalling, again, I circle back around it, is that it would be so easy to buy the average American off. You just have no idea how easy it would be. It's mind-boggling how little people actually want. And you can't even deliver that. You refuse to deliver that. You're so bought in to this religion of capital. You're so bought in to this idea like, burn it, while you do everything you can to burn their life to the ground. And it only becomes a problem when the flames you lit touch you. You can burn your entire society down as long as it doesn't touch your warehouse. Got it. Got it, dude. Yep. Hull. I'm not going to read that comment, but I agree. Long Defiant, good to see you. That's why we need to build parallel institutions. Make the state irrelevant. I mean, at this stage in the game, it's not even going to be the state. Like, it's these corporate power structures, right? Like, it's the new feudal lords. Like, this state is just going to be a formality, right? Like, the state is just not going to be a real thing that exists, certainly not exists in the way that it exists now. Because the goal is, and they'll do it. Like, that's the thing I think that people don't fully get, is that they will kill this thing if they have to. Like, they'll absolutely kill it if it's no longer useful to them. And people like Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel, they'll just have a private military. Right? They'll evoke their Second Amendment rights and they'll have an armed militia. And if you don't think they're doing that already, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, I really don't. Like, what do you think ICE is? Yeah, Gusanos be like land back, slaves back, yeah. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, I love how good old Sam did like Elon and is using his child as a shield, yeah. Like, you wouldn't shoot a guy with a baby, would ya? Yeah, they have no, like, souls, right? They have no conscience at all, like... Long Defiant, No Kings is a permissible outlet. Peaceful protest is safely ignored today. But this is sort of my point, is that if our ruling class had any wisdom at all, they would just be like, oh, like, we should actually, like, try to make these people feel like they're that they're part of a conversation. Like, that's what's completely missing, right? Is you have to actually make people feel like there is even a conversation happening. It's just not happening. It's been like my major, like when the convoy happened, right? My big takeaway from that was, why didn't they talk to these guys? Nobody actually talked to these guys. Like, that's the whole point of protest, is to open up a conversation and to actually communicate. And we have elected representatives whose job it is. The reason why we elect them is specifically to deal with this. That's their entire fucking job. And they didn't. The way they went about dealing with it was by evoking the Emergencies Act, shutting down a bunch of bank accounts, and rounding up a bunch of people. All of which the Supreme Court of Canada said was a crime and was illegal. And that's how we roll here. When we could have just gone, hey, what's up? What's going on here? And given them some, like, little concession that wouldn't have mattered, and they would have disappeared. And that's called governing. Like, the thing that I'm astounded by, because our leaders are pedophiles now, because our leaders are just power-mad rapists, they're not actually governors. They're not interested in governing. Like, here in Canada, our government is literally ran by bankers. Just guys that are looking at spreadsheets, being like, line money go up good. Oh, if we replace the meat with sawdust, money line go good up. And, like, the big story that comes out of Canada is that we had a conservative cross the aisle to the Liberal Party, which has been this, like, trickle effect that's been happening for a little while. But now it's really important because it's a conservative crossing the aisle that gives the Liberals their majority. And in Canadian politics, once you get your majority as a single party, that means that you just get to push through any legislation you like. That's what that means. That if you're in a minority situation, it means that you need other parties to support any legislation you want to put through. But if you're under just one big tent, like the Liberals are, then you can just push through whatever legislation you like. But here's the problem with the Liberal Party, is that, and it's really highlighted here by this Beaverton quote, party that exists only to obtain power, not sure what to do now. When your only goal is to attain power, when your only goal is actually to just manipulate the system the best you can in order to get the most amount of power, right? But you don't actually have a vision or an idea. When your big fucking idea is just line go up good, line go up good, that's a pretty stupid idea. It's a pretty dumb vision for the future. Because it's not even a vision for the future. It's taking the material reality that exists and putting it into a grinder and destroying and poisoning everything you can so line go up. Like, take a look at what's happened in the United States in their food system. They found out that it was just cheaper to poison people. Yeah, we don't need to put, like, real ingredients into that. Oh, you know what'll help preserve that? Some formaldehyde. That'll help preserve that. Yeah, put in some glutrajecturin, some potassium bromide. Put in some glyphosates. Put in some shit that we just invented in a lab to, like, spread grease on a tank's tire treads. But then we found out that if we mixed it with bread, it makes the bread super elastic, which makes really good gooey ooey pizza. Sure, you'll die at 52 of bowel cancer or whatever. But what a great 52 years of eating the best goddamn Like, that's what's going to be so embarrassing here in Canada. Like, there is a 0% chance that the Liberals will pass any legislation to help anybody. It's not what they've ever done. It's not what they give a shit about. Right? The Liberal Party is the quote-unquote natural ruling party of Canada, because they're the ones that seem to hold power. That if things tip out of balance one way or the other, the Liberals shift and adjust on the Overton window in order to maintain power. It's how we actually got our universal healthcare system. Yeah. The true Democratic North pipes in. This country isn't going anywhere. Yeah. Like, it's all downhill from here, man. Like, as they reinstate slavery, as we return to a feudal state, it's going to be a disaster. Right? It's just going to be a complete and total fiasco and a complete and total disaster. And we're all just going to watch it happen, it looks like. Like, I listened to this Avi Lewis guy talk, and it's like, yeah, you've, like, co-opted a couple of, like, social democratic talking points, but you sound like a fucking liberal. You're just a liberal with piecemeal reformism. Like, I think the most embarrassing thing that's happened is because Avi Lewis said out loud, we should have, like, government-run grocery chains, right? He's picking on the Zoran policy, right? Well, that worked for Zoran Mandani, right? Why don't we try that up here? So immediately, conservatives are starting to go, he's nationalizing, nationalization, time to nationalize, he's nationalizing, national. And so now what it's doing is it's putting the NDP in a position where they have to go, no, we're not nationalizing. When the actual wise policy would be like, yeah, we're fucking nationalizing. Go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves with your price jacking. Go fuck yourself with your gouging. Go fuck yourself with your regulation breaking. Go fuck yourselves completely. We absolutely 100% are nationalizing. They're going to say it anyway. They're going to say that you're nationalizing anyway. So just say it. Run on it. Campaign on it. And then do it. Right? How did we get our healthcare system? Tommy Douglas and the NDP ran on it and campaigned on it and argued for it and gained popular support because of it. And it forced the Liberals to respond. They were put into a corner and they were put into a position where it was choose between passing the healthcare system yourself or stand against it and then lose power to the NDP. That was the choice that they were looking at. And the Liberals, because they have no moral center, because they are inherently cowards with no principles whatsoever, bent the knee. And they bend the knee to power. And what power actually is in the society is everybody standing up at once and saying, this is what we're doing. But we're so just like discombobulated and fat and stupid. We're all just so broken apart. And any single time we gain any kind of consolatory power or solidarity, they just break it apart. They know how to do it. They have enormous power and leverage to be able to do it. Right? Like, why do you think they flooded Canada with slaves? Like, why do you think the huge immigration spike happened? What do you think that was all about? They knew they could buy 10 to 15 years with that. Just flooding the market. Let the plebs fight amongst themselves. Well, we go off to the fucking bank. Like, he's a fucking banker, for God's sakes. And we're just, like, gullibly going along with it. And at this point, it's just total gullibility. Like, if you're still voting conservative, if you're still voting liberal, dude, holy God, you have bought the bill of sale. Like, you have bought into the idea, and you are just a gullible rube at this point. And we get to say so. Like, they're hoodwinking you. They're pulling one over on you. You're literally selling them the only thing that matters to you, which is your life, which is your time. And in return, they're giving you fucking nothing. Fucking nothing in return. The promise of a grimmer, darker, worse future is what they're selling to you. And you're just like slopping it up because, oh, you gotta go those conservatives. Fuck Trudeau. Oh, red team, blue team. This country's getting exactly what it deserves. Just exactly what it deserves. That if you're still walking around being like, they gotta earn it, go fuck yourself. Like, just an embarrassing Nazi. Fuck off. This is actually like the one critique of China that I've actually been listening to, and I've been like, oh yeah, that's interesting. Which is that fundamentally politics is an extension of culture. Like, if your society is full of stupid people, your politics will be stupid. And there's just no way to stop that. There's no it's not like if you suddenly become an elected official, you're suddenly this super smart genius. Right? Like, if you actually want to have super smart people, then you need to have like institutional power and you need to have enormous amount of culture and force behind the idea of, yeah, everybody should be smart. Like, everybody should be well educated. Everybody should be articulate, right? Everybody should understand like what basic manners are. There should be just like a basic understanding of how to exist in the world in a way that is tolerable at the very least. And if you don't have any of that, if it's just the free market will decide, then yeah, everyone's a pedophilic, rapist, lunatic. Like, everything's a catastrophe constantly. Everyone's just hyper-focused on themselves, hyper-focused on money, and hyper-bought into this idea that, yeah, a lawless chaos system is going to give us the best outcomes for sure this time. Like, and everyone's doing it. And even the people who have, like, a little bit of self-awareness that that's what's going on have still completely bought into it. Like, they've still completely bought into the idea that, like, I need money for myself in this natural system that 100% we can do nothing about. So why bother? And so what do you end up with? You just end up with this culture that's like that. And you end up with a ruling class that's just like, why should we bother passing any legislation to improve the quality of life for citizens? This is just the natural innate state, and if we try to prevent the natural innate state from unfolding, that'll lead to disaster. So how does this apply to China, right? Well, the argument, the critique, is that if you allow psychopathic enterprises, capitalists, into your society to operate, then you'll create this psychopath culture. And the psychopath culture will be the people who make it into your political system. And you won't be able to be rid of them because it will be everybody. That if you create a psychopath culture that generates psychopaths, then your politics becomes psychopathic. And capitalism is, definitionally at this point, psychotic. And I think that there's merit to this argument. There's merit to the argument that says that China should be careful, that maybe they should get a little bit more ruthless, even more ruthless than they have been, because if you create this capitalist culture, this failure culture that generates just the most asinine, gorgeous catastrophes you've ever seen. Like, every single Hollywood movie is essentially a gorgeous catastrophe. Literally, let's take all the money that we could use to feed everyone, and not just Americans, feed literally every person on the planet, and make another Captain America movie. How are we going to pay for that? Well, if you'll excuse me, I need to go watch Spider-Man 4. This time there's more Spider-Mans. Oh, wow. Did you hear they're doing a new Batman? This time he's got a robot leg. Oh man, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles again. Has it been 4 years? It's raining gently right outside my window. And it's such a nice sound. There's a nice cool breeze. And that's nice. That's nice. Ernst Thalmann 123. We need to educate the working class. What about trying to bring back the Wobblies? IWW. It worked in the 30s. Workers of the World Unit. So close, Ernst. So you were just right there. Workers of the World Unite. I'm just being an ass. Yeah, it would be nice to see, wouldn't it? It would be nice to see if we actually got some, like, actual, like, leadership. Some actual people in these facilities just being like, why are we giving anything to these capitalists at all? Why are these capitalists involved in the conversation even a little? Like, why are they even in the room? Like, this is what I would like to see trade unionists and socialists and communists actually say. Like, in public, in front of podiums, on campaign trails. Like, why are we even talking to these guys? Why are the capitalists even permitted in the room? Like, we should be telling them what's up. They have obviously failed. Like, this is obviously a failure. And even the act of defending the failure at this point is just embarrassing. It's only gaslighting at this point. It can't be anything else. There's no recovering from what's going on here. And how do we know there's no recovering? Because they're not recovering. Why? Because what's happening make line go up. And line! If the line doesn't go up, then what will happen? Omnicidal tendencies. This is an old one, but I loved it anyway. Fuck you, John. I only recognize the negus and the rules of acquisition. I love the rules of acquisition, dude. They made a book of it. I love that book. I need to get that book. The rules of acquisition are brilliant. You like read them and you're like, yeah, this is absolutely what a capitalist. I think my favorite is like rule of acquisition number 15. War is good for profits. Rule of acquisition 16. Peace is good for profits. It's got these like little contradictions. And Quark was perfect, man. Quark the space capitalist, played by a Jewish actor. What, the Klingons don't just let white people do blackface? What are you talking about? No, the Klingons are black. Sure, they didn't cast a black actor to be a Klingon. No. Look, the Klingons are black. That's the color they are. But they're not humans. So they can cast a white human actor to be a black Klingon, and it's not racist. It's not blackface because it's a white actor putting on black makeup to play a black species instead of finding a black actor to play a black. Look, you're making this more complex than it needs to be, okay? The Klingons are not humans. They're a single species. All of them are black. Unless you go back to the original series, but we don't talk about that. Except for that one episode of Deep Space Nine where they did talk about that. But that's fine. And so, because it's not a white guy putting on blackface to be a black human, and instead he's putting on blackface to be a black Klingon, it's fine. It's completely fine. Yeah. Star Trek is not free from the inherent biases that exist within the culture, right? Like, we need a character on our show, Deep Space Nine. He's going to be a Ferengi. And the Ferengi are still like hyper-capitalists. They're still completely profit-driven. And they need to be conniving and underhanded and swindling, and he'll run a bar. And oh man, it sounds like we're describing something, doesn't it? Isn't there some kind of stereotype that we're really, like a greedy, underhanded capitalist who's like sniveling and like has a big nose and big ears? I know who we could get to play this guy. Ooh, Peanut Butter Beatrice. That reminds me, there's another Lord of the Rings sequel apparently in the works. Yes. The only thing that gives me a little bit of hope that might actually not suck is that Stephen Colbert is on the project. He's one of the writers on the project. And Stephen Colbert is like legit. Like he is in the source material. The reason why I don't think it will be successful is that they're bringing back old actors from the Peter Jackson trilogy. That to me is a colossal, catastrophic mistake. Because when you're embarking to make something like this, you have to break from what has happened in the past. And you have to make it your own. You have to step out of the shadow of Lord of the Rings. Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings casts a long shadow. It'll be like another couple of decades. It'll be like another bit of time before people are finally like, hey, do you think we could revisit Lord of the Rings again as a property? Maybe do like a mini series. Maybe try to capture the actual tone of the books. Because Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings is an epic. I started too high. But like, everything is sweeping, and there's an epicness to it, and there's a glory to everything, right? Everything is just glittering and is glorious. Even when it's dark and dingy and scary, it's still very like, right? And the Lord of the Rings, the books are not like that at all. I get, like, and this is not a knock on Peter Jackson. I think what Peter Jackson did was a very strong showing to create something that really stands up and will stand up. Like Lord of the Rings, the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings, people will talk about that 100 years from now. If they get invested in Lord of the Rings at all, they'll be like, yeah, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. You're in, right? Theatrical, like we're not doing theatrical release. We're doing an extended cut, right? Like, let's go. And there's so much that they did right, and so much in like the epic mythical storytelling. But I do think that Tolkien would have taken exception. I think he would have watched Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings and been like, my story is not about glorifying war. That the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings is about the glory of war. And there are these moments of like, I wish it had not happened in my time. Grim moments where they're like, this sucks that we have to do this. But there's still like a glory to it and victory. Whereas Lord of the Rings, the books, are extremely quiet. Claustrophobic almost. Everything is very focused on this quiet walk that everyone is having. That most of the story is a walk. And then when they get to where they're going, there's like a little bit of action that happens to them personally. So just like a little like shoosh, shush, just a thing that happens, a twist of the dagger. But really most of it is just like a quiet, contemplative journey that I don't think you could capture in a movie. Because I don't think a movie gives you enough oxygen. And it's through that quiet, contemplative pacing and the quiet just existing in the space of the story that you really do get like the dirt under your fingernails. Like Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, everybody's fingernails would be completely manicured and just everything is perfect. But in a real Lord of the Rings story, like a miniseries or a season show or something, you could really get the dirt under your fingernails and really spend some time. And like, nowhere is that more emblematic than Peter Jackson cutting the ending. He cut the Return to the Shire. And the Return to the Shire in his movie was essentially they went home and everything was just hunky-dory. But in the book, they go home and Sauron has taken the place over and has installed fascists who the hobbits need to defeat and chase out. And they've essentially ransacked the Shire. And from Peter Jackson's perspective, I know why he cut it, because it's like, it's sort of this weird, like, denouement moment that exists at the end of, like, this epic story I'm telling. But from Tolkien's perspective, it's like, no, this is the consequence of war. Like, this is the conclusion. That we start in this place that's really lovely and wholesome and beautiful and well taken care of and well loved. And then we return to it to find the consequence of war. And what war actually did to this place. And that's what I would really hope that they would focus on. I think that if anybody was to ever tackle Lord of the Rings again, I would hope that it would be with this spirit of, we've got to tell the ending of this story. And so we've got to tell a story that justifies the ending of this story. And so, anyway, Peter Jackson made this huge, enormous... If you can't tell, I love Lord of the Rings. I think Lord of the Rings is a really, really important. It's an important piece of literature. It's echoed throughout our culture in big and surprising ways. Like Dungeons and Dragons is exact like Tolkien, D&D, absolutely click. Like there's no, I don't think you can make an argument to otherwise. And I just don't think Tolkien would have seen that coming. I don't think anybody would have seen that coming. That like there's going to be this huge, enormous movement of a role-playing game where you play as characters. And it's going to spawn like an entire genre of film and television and story. Cody, good to see you. And I think that Lord of the Rings, like as a property, if it wants to actually like make new stuff and tell a story like this, like the Second Hunt or whatever it is, right? You got to get out from under the shadow of Peter Jackson. You got to get out from underneath that shadow. And you got to start meaningfully challenging his work. Right? Like, the only actual reason, outside of just, like, fan pandering, which in my view, fan pandering is not any different than taking out your keys and just dangling in front of somebody. Like, take out a picture of Patrick Stewart and be like, remember Picard? And you go, I do remember Picard. Like, it's the lowest form of entertainment. It's just literally you sitting by yourself, staring into space, being like, those were the days. Like, it fundamentally misunderstands the entire purpose of, like, art. That art exists to, like, be in the now with you, right? And I guess if you're consuming stuff that reminds you of when you were a kid, you know, maybe you're stuck there. You know, maybe we're a culture that's just stuck being kids. We're still stuck in the 90s. And we can't actually tell, like, good stories. And we're doing character assassinations like they did to the Luke Skywalker. One of the only reasons that you would ever tell a Lord of the Rings story for, outside of just like, people will watch this and that will make me money, which is clearly why they're doing it. So it can't be good by definition, because what they're not going to do is meaningfully challenge the work that has preceded it, which is the only reason to make another one, right? That if you're going to make another one of something, right, you have to do so while inherently criticizing and inherently critiquing that which preceded it. Omniverser original first comment just says bye. Hello, bye. Yeah. Thanks for coming, bud. Elena on the new phone. Hey, Elena on the new phone. Hello from Toronto again. Good to see you. I'm going to warn you now, I haven't slept. I don't sleep much these days anymore. So this one's a real stream of consciousness. Chat started talking about Lord of the Rings, which is one of my loves. I'll give you a real clear example of what I'm talking about. You know what franchise I actually feel consistently justifies its remakes? They reboot it over and over and over and over again, and almost every single time it's justified. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Almost every single time they do a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, they criticize and critique something about the previous iteration of it. That they take a look at what the previous iteration did and they say, No, I think we can iterate on that. I think we can smooth that out. I think we can tell the story a little bit better. I think we can make it a little bit more relatable, a little bit more true to life, a little bit more. And like nowhere is that clearer than in the manifestation of the turtles themselves. That the original manifestation was just like turtle, bandana, different weapon types. But all the bandanas were the same color, right? So they weren't really distinct from one another physically. They were 4 of the identical turtles. And so they iterated. And they introduced the colors, the color scheme, right? But the turtles still fundamentally looked the same to one another. And that sameness, right? The fundamental sameness of the turtles kind of persisted for a while. There was a couple of iterations of it where it was just like turtles, colors, weapons, set. They're all the same. And who do we have to thank for finally somebody going, no, these turtles should be different from one another. They should look different. Raphael should be huge. Donatello should be kind of a weenie, right? Michelangelo should be like low to the ground, like. And then Donnie is just, and then Leo is just sort of like a solid bro, right? Like who came up with that idea? Fucking Michael Bay. Fucking Michael Bay. And so they're like iterating and they're changing things and they're making and some things sometimes they deviate in a direction and they're like nope. Like when they introduced the female turtle. Huge mistake. Big error. Massive, just like whoopsie-doo. Omnicidal tendencies. Hard disagree, except for the Michael Bay one, which was perfect. I think Shredder was a missed opportunity. I think that they whiffed pretty hard on Shredder. I think that they were iterating big, and I think that Michael Bay was doing Transformers at the time, and like Iron Man was big in theaters, and so they did this like Shredder with an iron suit kind of vibe, and they had this whole thing, and it just didn't work. Shredder was not a good villain. He wasn't interesting, entertaining. He didn't really do anything in the plot. He really was just sort of like a big boss battle that the turtles ran into, more or less. And so, like, really, I think that the best Shredder we've ever seen is still, even though the 1980s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles does not stand up, it as a artistic project is not good. Right? It doesn't work. But the best Shredder we ever got was that Shredder. Because that Shredder had all the, like, arrogance, the pomp, the verbosity. He was voiced by Uncle Phil from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which I always thought was really delightful. I really loved that. April O'Neil, classic yellow jumpsuit, was voiced by the same woman who played Belle in Disney's Beauty and the Beast. It's really great. So there is like good stuff in that series. The series itself is not good. It does not. I remember I am such a huge Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles guy. You can tell, right? But I remember I watched it when I was like 26, and I immediately called my mom, and I was just like, "Mom, I'm so sorry." JT writes, the last one I watched had them as actual young teens. Yeah, that's another iteration that happened recently. That was the Seth. Oh, what's that guy's stupid name? that guy. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The most recent iteration of it, which was a lot of fun. And they decided to go like, hey, these are not like 18-year-old, 19-year-old teenagers. These are 12-year-olds. Like these are 12, 13-year-olds. Like teenagers. And it's like, oh, okay. And it really changed the vibe. It really changed the vibe in a really good way, in a really, really good way. And what I really loved about that movie was that Shredder was not even the villain. The villain was some really low tier Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing. But if they're 12, that really low tier villain is actually like a big thing for them, right? And they're all struggling with like. And then I believe at the end of that one, they were just like, let's out the turtles. It's like, okay, interesting, bold choice. Let's do it. Okay. What I wish they hadn't have iterated on in the way that they did was Splinter. I really didn't like what they did to Splinter. I thought that they really took a lot of dignity out of Splinter. That's what Splinter always had. He always had dignity. He was always like, and of course he was kind of a Japanese stereotype, like the Japanese samurai stereotype. But that came with dignity. He had a dignified way about him, and they really robbed him of a lot of his dignity, which I thought was unfortunate. You know, like one of the things that I don't appreciate in media is that it's okay to laugh at old people because they're old. You know, like watching an old person struggle and fail at something, or watching an old person be excited as if they are a young person. I don't think that's a good thing to introduce to kids, especially, but to society generally, that's something that we should be laughing at. You know? Because, like, I'm working with elderly people right now. You know? And I see how they're struggling. And I see what they're going through. And I know that I'm going to go through that myself. And I see that trajectory, and I understand how that's going to happen. And there isn't a lot of dignity in it. It's not dignified. There's one woman who I interact with fairly regularly, and it's become like a running joke amongst the staff that she at some point is going to spill her drink. And I've watched her, and she has lost the coordination to be able to stop herself from spilling this fucking cup. And it's like, even if she has like a sealed, like sippy thing, she manages to spill it. She's, and so it's hard to have dignity when you're going through that. And so granting that kind of dignity and raising a population and raising a people who are like, yes, that they spilt that, and yes, that was a mistake, and yes, that's a little slower for them, and yes, we have to make concessions because we give them dignity, and that they should expect that dignity, and they shouldn't, just because life will put you through indignities, and life will do that, doesn't mean that we need to pile it on them. And that was sort of my feeling about what they did to Splinter, is they took away a lot of his dignity, and they took away a lot of his chutzpah. Like, the original Splinter was like, yeah, I was like trained as a ninjutsu. Like, I was a rat that was trained by a ninja master when I got hit with this ooze. And I was like, ninja mode activate, protect these 4 children turtles, and teach them the ancient art of ninjutsu. New Splinter is literally like, yeah, I'm from the Bronx, and, I had these 4 turtles, and I knew I needed to protect them, and I found a video. I found a video of, some martial arts. So I taught him some martial arts. And I thought, yeah, this will help him out. When they go through any trouble, all that kind of stuff, I'll be able to fight. That'll be great. Yeah, it's winter. And, like, at one point, he was, like, making out with a mutant of some kind. It's just like, I don't know what happened in Hollywood in the 2010s, but they really, really, anybody over the age of 50, any character over the age of 50, they were just like, we gotta kill this character. We gotta run a smear campaign on this character's, like, we can't have people thinking that elderly people can be wise or good or smart or well-meaning or intelligent. And, like, maybe that's a reflection of people's lived experiences, right? A lot of boomer hate, right? There's a lot of desire to tear the boomers down. And I think that kind of seeps in. It's difficult to perceive an 80-year-old as heroic or well-meaning or good when all the 80-year-olds you know are psychos. And so that reflects, I think. But following your little vengeance, like, journey to get at the boomers through this method misses the point of what it is you're creating. That this could be a story for them as well. This could be a story of redemption and forgiveness for them as well. But you're not really making these movies to tell a story anymore. You're just trying to dangle keys in front of people. And so everything's a vanity project, right? We're not actually telling, like, nobody who has, like, a story and is sitting there with a story who's going, God, this story is so good, and it's about love and power and vengeance and redemption and forgiveness and different disparate groups of people coming together and fighting in conflict and then finding their way through that conflict. And I really think that if people were to see this story, they could understand something about the world they didn't know before, and that it could help heal the rifts that exist in our culture and in ourselves, and it could act as a soothe and a balm for people as they move forward in a chaotic and complex world. That guy never has his story told, ever. Under no circumstances is that person's story allowed to be told. If a guy walked into a room and talked about his story that way, people would be rid of him immediately. That's what. Where are all the young directors? Like, where's the Scorsese? Where are these guys? Where's the Spielberg? Right? They're not giving them any work. They're not giving them any stories. Why? Because the only stories that are allowed to be told now are just, eat your AI slop, kids. Dangle, dangle. This one's got Luke Skywalker in it. Oh, it's Spider-Man again. Like, you can't actually tell a good story that means anything anymore. And like, there's this huge drop-off that's happened at the box office. And people are, like, trying to, like, what's gone on? Why are people no longer going to the movies anymore? First of all, everybody's fucking broke. A. But B, your stories suck. Your stories suck. All of your stories suck. And they're being told by not well-meaning people who don't have good intentions. Who, like, literally take their dumb vanity ideas and their stupid thoughts and just shit them in front of our face and tell us to eat it like a good little piggy. And, like, they destroy everything doing it. They destroyed Star Wars. They destroyed Star Trek. They destroyed Indiana Jones. Like, pick a franchise that came out of the 90s, they've destroyed it. The only ones that have managed to sort of limp along with any success whatsoever are, like, the lowest of the lowest stakes. Like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And even then, they're doing everything they can. They're doing everything they can. But the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is hard to kill because it's about brotherhood. That's a tough one. You can't. How do you betray that? Like, how do you turn that into, like, a betrayal? Right? Because they're betraying everybody now. Like, this Lord of the Rings thing that's coming out. This Lord of the Rings thing that's going to come out. It's going to be so trash. And the reason why it's going to be so trash is that you can't step out of somebody's shadow if you wear it like a coat. You can't have Ian McKellen and Elijah Wood in your Lord of the Rings movie and then expect to make something that is going to be unique or special or different. And you're immediately forcing comparisons to be drawn. Because you're recasting Aragorn, you're recasting a bunch of people, right? Because you have to, and then you got fucking Ian McKellen walking in, and you're like, get a new actor. Did you know that there are many actors in the world? Did you know that there are even other British actors who would probably really like to pick up the mantle of Gandalf for just like a couple of scenes? And I actually think it would be really great. How cool would it be to see Anthony Hopkins be Gandalf? Huh? Let's give this guy a send-off. Do 2 lines in the makeup, Anthony, and then go off to the grave, okay? He'll be like, oh, very good. Like, why does it have to be Ian McKellen? Like, why does it have to be Ian McKellen? Austin Wallace, oh, you're poking the bear, dude. Austin Wallace writes, I generally agree the only exception I've seen is Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. Boo! Boo! You are wrong. You're objectively wrong. Luke Skywalker is, in my view, easily one of the biggest betrayals, perhaps in cinematic history, of a character. That where Luke Skywalker is in The Last Jedi, where he begins and where he ends, is a complete betrayal of Luke Skywalker, even just if you're looking at the first 3 movies. If all you're doing is looking at the cinematic arc of Luke Skywalker in the original trilogy, his character in The Last Jedi is a complete and total betrayal. Forget about the fact that they have, like, this is what blows me away about the new trilogy. This is what blows me away about Disney Star Wars generally. There are, like, 30 years of books. More. There's like 40, 50 years of just authors making books in the Star Wars universe. No one's touched any of them. No one's done shit all with any of that. Stunning. Stunning. Austin, you're doing what this is cope. This is what I'm seeing. This is cope. I see this all the time. Star Wars people are especially bad for it. Because they're trying to constantly cobble together something that makes sense. Because nobody else is. Right? So, like, oh, this actually makes sense because of this. And then if you see this scene from over here, and then so it's like watching somebody like cobble together a lore. There's like a cobbled together lore. Yeah, except he wrote a 3rd trilogy that was sold in the Disney sale, but they chose to ignore it. Yeah, dude, like, no, and the third trilogy was a disaster. Like, it was just like a straight up disaster. And what's annoying about that 3rd trilogy is like, oh, like, what they did to Finn. Oof. 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 Big oof. Like, huge oof. All of Star Wars was a mistake. I think the original ethos of Star Wars, like, I've engaged in this conversation so many times because it's like Star Trek versus Star Wars, right? The whole idea of, like, space wizards, basically. Like, magic, but in space. So there's this, like, science element, but it isn't science fiction. It's magic. Like, it's all about space wizardry, and it's not about, like, any of it being scientifically possible or scientifically plausible or real or adhering to any kind of scientific rules whatsoever. It's space wizards. And it's about good versus evil. And really what Star Wars is about, when you really dig into the, like, real human heart of what the original trilogy is about, is it is about a father and a son reconciling their histories and learning to find understanding, forgiveness, and love within the darkness. I've heard people describe Luke Skywalker and Anakin Skywalker's story as similar to dealing with an alcoholic father. That the Emperor is alcoholism and alcohol, and Darth Vader has been taken over by this, and the son comes and through this great struggle and this great sacrifice manages to help his father through this. And while his father is a broken man at the end of it, he's still grateful that he has a son that loves him enough to put himself in harm's way to protect him. And in the original Star Wars trilogy, it's that little moment of sacrifice and that little moment of love was all it took for Darth Vader to turn on his master, smite him down, and sacrifice himself to save his son. Like, this is, like, powerful Shakespearean epic shit. Like, this is, like, stuff that touches down on in the deep psychological corners. Like, the reason why Star Wars explodes and becomes the phenomena it does is not simply because special effects are pretty and sword fights and stuff, although that doesn't hurt, but it's because there's an authentic human truth that exists within Star Wars that people are hungry for and they gravitate towards. That Star Trek was always about telling people, or providing a vision for the future, providing a positive vision for the future. It was always about how do we get from where we are to this vision, this idea of what the future could be, this advanced, spacefaring, peaceful society. We believe we can do that. How do we do that, and what stories arise from such a thing? Whereas Star Wars was never about that. Star Wars was just big empires. And I think it's also because Star Wars was more analogous than Star Trek. Star Trek had analogous episodes, but Star Trek itself was not analogous. There's no analogy to the Federation, right? The Federation is an idea. It's a thought. It's a concept. Whereas, like, the Empire in Star Wars is the United States military. And the Rebellion are the Vietnamese. I mean, Lucas said so. So it's very strictly analogous. And through that analogous storytelling, it's told through this, like, space wizards. And it's so disconnected from the reality of what happened that if you don't actually put it together or hear Lucas say it, you could just live your whole life and just be like, Luke Skywalker fighting for the rebellion. Well, off to be an ICE agent. And there were people who were like that. There's lots of people who literally are just like, I love Star Wars. How a scrappy, plucky, underground movement is fighting against an evil, imposing empire. Oh, man. Well, they're going to find those WMDs in Iraq, I'm sure of it. Right? Like, we've seen these guys who just have completely, like, the point of this movie has just gone right over their head. Even though it's like papping you in the face as much as it can. It's just pap, 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 pap. Trump is Jabba the Hutt. Cody says, thoughts on Andor. Yeah, Andor is the one, right? Andor is the one that everybody is like, John's really shitting on Star Wars. John's really shitting on Star Wars. Wait a minute. What about Andor? This is the one where they're like, let's make it a gritty political space drama where we show the perspective of the Empire from many different perspectives. And really, like, flesh out the character and really, like, I think it's because of what I do here and how much I pay attention to, like, the news and the bearing witness of the drama of reality, right? That a story like Andor, I'm just kind of like, I feel like it's probably only good if you're already bought into Star Wars, right? Like if you're a Star Wars guy, then Andor is like your shit. But if you're like me, who's like ass deep in the political drama of global politics and the world that we live in, then Andor is like, well, children, it's time to talk about politics. Politics is when different, disparate groups of people. And, like, I'm glad that that exists. Yeah, JT's sort of hitting on it. I like Andor, but I think it's more that it affirms things for people on the journey of learning revolutionary politics. My friend loves it, but to me it's only glancing at politics. And I just feel like it's got that classic, everything I've heard about it, and some of the stuff I've seen about it, it just looks to me like it's got that kind of classic liberal perspective of moral relativism, right? That everyone's a little bit right and everyone's a little bit wrong, and there's a dark grittiness to all of this, and some people who are doing good things do bad things, and some people who are doing bad things do good things, and we're all just caught up in the situation. And don't you feel bad for the stormtrooper? Feel bad for the stormtrooper. You know? And I'm just kind of like, you know what I could really go for? You know what I think would be a really great kind of story that they 100% should tell, and I think people would really love it? What if, just hear me out, what if there was a guy, I know a guy, and that guy saw that there was something that was obviously evil. Just obviously evil. Right? Like, we don't need to hear the backstory about how the villain was neglected as a child and he's actually super hunky and, oh, he's got a perspective. Like, no, he's like goddamn fucking Skeletor. You know, played by Kevin O'Leary or Donald Trump. And the guy on the path to go defeat said thing encounters different people who are also on the path to defeat the very obvious Donald Trump evil guy. And as they encounter one another, they work through the differences they have, the dark histories that their peoples have, the tensions that exist, hot guy, hot girl, and work through that so that they can combine together as a team, as an organization, as a collective, in order to smite the evil thing. And they do. And it works, and everyone's happy. That's a story that I think would do very well. Why can't we make this? Why is it always got to be some ridiculous twist? Or, oh, but you didn't see it from this guy's, and oh, if we actually, and then, oh, there's this, like, sometimes a story is just what it is. Dun da da 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 dun. There are obstacles along the way. You overcome the obstacles. It just seems like these stories can't be told anymore. Yeah, XD says, isn't that The Last Airbender? Skrelmix says, I'm writing a webcomic like this now. Yeah, because what I just described is what's called and what's known as a story. That's how stories are. This is how detached from ourselves as people we are. This is why I lament and celebrate the fall of the West. We have actually disconnected ourselves meaningfully from the concept of story. That we are attempting in this moment to reinvent what is or is not story. And it's like trying to reinvent your bones, trying to reinvent your blood. Sure, the blood flows in a direction, but what if it all stood still? Is that something the kids would be into? Like, we like stories. Stories are, and the reason why I know it's a communist podcast, and I know it's about politics. I know it's got all this kind of stuff, but stories are so goddamn important, you guys. Like, they're so goddamn important. If you can't imagine it, you can't manifest it. If you can't envision it, you can't go there. If you can't perceive it existing in reality first, you can't make it happen in reality. That's why the capitalists have killed the humanities as hard as they could. That's why we're caught in a cultural feedback loop where we're another Star Wars, another Marvel movie, another Disney slop. And now it's literally AI slop. Now they're literally pitching at us, hey, what if we stopped advancing as a culture completely? No new artists, no new artistry, no new ideas, no new thoughts. Everything just taking what... Uh-oh. Have I actually... Oh, and we're back. The shit that people will actually spend their time watching and absorbing into their brain, into their soul. Right? Like, Spider-Man was fun when I was 15. Like, Spider-Man's problems are my problem. I think that if you're 40 and you're still, like, really looking forward to the next Spider-Man movie, boy, you've missed the boat, I think. Boy, you've missed the point, I think. XNF over on Twitch says, didn't really address propaganda much in Star Wars. Else we could ridicule all the people who freak out more about ICE than Yemen. Yeah, there's plenty of, like, Star Wars fans who just do not understand what ICE is. And they just don't get that, like, you're the Empire. The American military is the Empire. Like, if... One of the big things that I'm kind of like... I know why you have to do it, obviously. Like, you have to make Darth Vader cool. Like, he needs to be big, imposing, scary, cool. Like, you have to. It's a movie. Right? But, like, if you wanted to really tell that story, you would make Darth Vader Donald Trump. And just make him this, like, insipid, dementia-ridden loser. Like Dark Helmet in Spaceballs. Spaceballs 2. The Quest for More Money. Spaceballs 2, my man. There are few projects that I give myself permission to get hype about. And I have decided, I've consulted the stars, I've scryed, I have spoken to the angels, and I have made peace within myself. And I have granted myself permission. Ah, yes. I shall be hype for Spaceballs 2. The Quest for More Money. Yes. Oh, let's see. You know what? If one person in the chat didn't know that, Spaceballs 2 movie news. I haven't looked at this in a minute, so there might be something. Yes! It'll hit theaters on April 23rd, 2027. Yes. Yes! 1 year. Ludicrous speed. Yeah. Get hype. Rick Moranis is returning to acting. If you don't know, Rick Moranis, in, like, the late 80s, early 90s, was actually pretty hot shit. Like, he got, which is, like, crazy to think about. He's, like, this, like, really small, nerdy guy, comes out of SCTV, Canadian, did Spaceballs, right? He was in Ghostbusters, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. So he was, like, he got really connected to, like, Goosebumps, and he was able to be, like, a protagonist in a Goosebumps thing, right? And so people really liked him because he was, like, had that kind of everyman quality. He was really relatable, really lovely, really self-effacing too. Like, really knew and understood how to make a joke on himself. Absolutely, Rick Moranis, total treasure. And then, like, right when he's, like, at the apex of it, he could just keep working, keep doing it. He just says, you know what, man? I'm missing my kids growing up. Yeah, Little Shop of Horrors. Yeah, absolutely. That was more of a Steve Martin thing, but that's fine. I said Ghostbusters. It's fine. He just steps away from acting. He just says, you know what? I'm going to spend this time with my family. I think I'm good on the acting front. He has come back and done, like, very small cameo things. here and there, but he's never really gotten back into acting. And so his return to Spaceballs 2 is actually his return to acting. Really, this is like his first really serious role. Oh, JT writes, I believe his wife died too, which was part of the decision. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, that reminds me. Martin Short's daughter committed suicide recently. And I hope Martin Short's okay. What a treasure he is too. Like, just as a person. Every time I see Martin Short doing anything, I'm just like, yes, absolutely. Yes, I know, that's sad news. But that's the reason why you're not really seeing much of Martin Short anymore. You know, he's stepped out. In any case, so this is Moranis will reprise his role alongside Bill Pullman as Lone Star, Daphne Zuniga as Vespa, and George Weiner as Colonel Sanders. So they're getting them all back. It's going to be like a proper sequel. Brooks, 99, a winner of the coveted EGOT and hailed as one of the greatest comedic filmmakers, also returns as the yoga-esque being Yogurt. So Josh Gad, I believe, is the head writer of this. They pulled in a couple of people, of course. And basically, to hear it told, it literally was just like Josh Gad and a couple other guys getting together and be like, why the hell has this not happened? Like, and for real, why the hell has this not happened? Like, where are the really good, like, superhero spoof movies? And the problem is that the scale of these movies are now so out of reach. You can't spoof them anymore because they're kind of a parody of themselves now. Like, you can't really spoof something that's spoofing itself, right? Like, Spider-Man Homecoming, I get why people loved that movie, right? Like, I get why people loved Spider-Man Homecoming. It brought together 3 generations of Spider-Man, their villains. You got a real who's who, right? A real nostalgia fest. Lots of inside jokes. It's like a reunion, right? Like, it's like you're going to a reunion, and here's all the hits, and you get these like charming moments of like the 3 Peters discovering things about each other and really talking to each other, and like you got these great like, and I get it, I get all of it, but that's a spoof of itself, right? Like, you made a comedy movie about your epic superhero movie, and we all liked it, but that's what you did. And then you've got like Deadpool, right? And like Deadpool is like a spoof that's not a spoof, that is a spoof, you know? And so like all the popular superhero stuff isn't really superhero stuff, it's just spoofs. But because they're playing it straight, no one's really clued in. Like, you don't have like Liam Neeson Naked Gun kind of comedy happening where there's just non sequiturs and like, Shirley, you must be joking. I'm not, and don't call me Shirley. That's fucking classic humor, dude. Yes. Yeah, self-reference. Once something becomes a meta commentary of itself, it's essentially artistically dead. Like, if the thing that you are saying is that the thing that we did is not good or needs to change or is a commentary on itself, like, you know, like, fan service is the big one. Like, that's the big one, right? When it's just like, oh, he's from that feeling of just like, oh, he's from the thing. Like, you're pretty much done, right? You're donezo. And that's why, like, circling it back around to how this whole thing kicked off, the new Lord of the Rings movie cannot be successful. Like, it might make some money. That's fine. But artistically, people will forget about it. It'll just fade into the background and be forgotten about. And it'll be because, oh, it's Ian, he's from the... That's it. Like, you're not actually telling a story. You might as well just have Stephen Colbert come in and be like, remember Ian McKellen? Well, here he is, folks. Like, he's introducing somebody on his talk show. Like, there's just not... You can trust me. Yeah, I'm curious about the John Candy tribute. Yeah, rip John Candy. John Candy, man. Like, John Candy would still be around, man. He'd still be, like, making stuff. Dude, there's so many, like, cool artists that I bet you want to see the best John Candy. That the absolute... What if you don't get convinced that John Candy was actually, like, a generational actor, somebody who's really special, if you don't walk away from the film Planes, Trains, and Automobiles being like, only John Candy could have done that character. Only John Candy could have made this guy work and made you really root for him and made you really... Like, he's simultaneous... Like, you... What's so great about his performance in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is that Steve Martin plays the straight man in that movie, right? Steve Martin, known goofball comedian, literally coming out with, like, the arrow sticking through his head, playing a banjo, like, goofy comedian, plays a pretty straightforward, like, Jack Lemmon straight man in the film. And John Candy plays a deeply annoying, clueless, kind of out of touch, extremely lovable, likable stranger who, and they encounter one another through a series of transportation catastrophes, end up sort of attached to one another and their escapades, and as that unfolds. And really, I think that only John Candy could pull this character off, because you simultaneously need to be annoying in ways that people are like, that is definitely, absolutely annoying, so that you completely understand Steve Martin. You're just like, absolutely, Steve. Absolutely, this is intolerable. But then simultaneously, you have to make people like you and be like, oh yeah, he's annoying, but like he's got a big heart and he's really trying out there, and like he don't mean no harm to nobody. He's not trying to hurt nobody. He's just we all know these kinds of people. And he gives this really beautiful speech at the end. I won't spoil anything. And it ends in like a really beautiful note, and it's just a really beautiful film about family and love and compassion and forgiveness, and seeing through each other's faults to the core essential humanity that lives between all of us. And why I think that movie in particular is special, very special, and that John Candy gives a really great performance in it, is that they tried to do a remake of it. And it was starring Robert Downey Jr. I forget the name of it. Starred Robert Downey Jr. and Zach Galifianakis. And it was a complete and total catastrophe. It was an utter catastrophe. And a big, big part of why that movie was a catastrophe was that Robert Downey Jr. crossed the line. Both of them crossed the line on what their characters represent, right? For that film to work, you have to like them both. You have to completely understand why Steve Martin is annoyed. You got an odd couple dynamic, right? Like, you understand why Jack Lemmon doesn't like, why am I blanking on that guy's name? The other fella. Like, you get why Grumpy Old Men work. You get why The Odd Couple works. Because you like both of these guys, but you see why they're clashing. Right? And you see their faults, but you see their positives as well. Whereas Robert Downey Jr., he just crossed the line to just being a dickhead. Right? Just being an irredeemable dickhead for no reason. And Zach Galifianakis missed the point of the character, which is that, sure, he is annoying and he does kind of annoying things, but it's coming out of a harmless, sort of clueless place. And he's actually like a really lovable, warm-hearted, supportive person. So Zach Galifianakis just played him like an asshole too. So you just ended up watching two rich assholes be assholes at each other. And apparently they hated working together. And it really fucking is like, yeah, I bet you did. Because you both thought you were playing assholes. Walter Matthau. Yeah, Walter Matthau. And Walter Matthau told this great joke I saw recently. Yeah, an old man of 80 goes into the doctor's office, and the doctor says, "Well, you've got." Is there any issues going on with your bowels or anything like that? And the old man says, "Oh no, at 7 a.m. I have a beautiful number one. Like I pee rivers. It comes out no trouble whatsoever. Everything's wonderful." Okay, well, what about number two? Are you no? At right after 7 o'clock at 7:15, I have a wonderful number two, and everything comes out just free and easy, no struggle whatsoever. And the doctor goes, "Well, then what's the problem today?" And the old man says, "Well, I don't get out of bed until 10. Walter Matthau. Yeah, JT, about John Candy. Yeah, now that I'm 40, knowing he was only 43 when he passed feels even closer. I mean, he was eating, dude. Like, there's eating and then there's eating, and he was eating. Like, all of the stories that anybody ever told about John Candy were just that he was eating and eating and eating. Sometimes I do these casts and it's just talking about movies, right? It's just talking about movies. It looks like we ended up talking about movies for this one. Because, like, reality is so stupid. Guys are burning down warehouses. Taiwan is so scared that it's running to China. They're blockading the blockade that they blockaded. Like, it's just silly. And to me, a big reason why we have entered this silly space as a people, as Westerners, is that we have lost grip. We have lost the grip of stories. That if you want a country to exist, you have to imagine it first. That if you want a nation to exist, if you want an institution to exist, if you want a society to exist, you have to imagine it first. And you have to be able to tell a story about that place.
that resonates with the people who are there. And the story that America tells about itself no longer resonates. And there are many different stories. And there are many different ideas. And a lot of these ideas cannot be reconciled with one another. And nobody is really trying to tell a story in order to say something or find consensus or bring everyone together for the sake of the story. The stories are really only being told for money. That they're essentially monetizing your attention, right? Because it turns out that the most valuable commodity that exists on the planet is actually your attention. That if everybody in your town or your neighborhood actually just simultaneously paid attention to an issue that existed in your community, your life would significantly improve quickly and dramatically. Like, that issue that they all simultaneously paid attention to, something would happen to it, right? Because your attention is the most important thing. And I don't think we should be spending our attention on dumb bullshit made by assholes who are just trying to get your money. Like, who gives a fuck about your cute little Yoda? Who gives a real fuck about your like little cute alien critter? Like, are we so just hungry for, like, this is how desperately hungry we are for real humanity, for authentic, honest humanity. There's a podcast called The Basement Boys, and it's literally just started by two friends who essentially just yell at each other and make fun of each other and have like brother type connections with one another. And this thing like really strikes and becomes popular. They recently did like Seth Meyers. They were invited on his show. So they've become like pretty big. They're doing like Madison Square Garden. And you watch their show and it's literally just the two of them chewing each other out and then like doing dumb challenges. But it's because they're so authentic with one another. And they're so, even when they're yelling their heads off at each other and they're angry at each other, you can tell that there's like true love there. You can tell that there's a real brotherhood there and that they're really on each other's side and that they really love one another. And in a society that commodifies everything, it turns out that kind of love is for sale to the people who want to be part of it and to pay attention to it. And so they've monetized brotherly love so that they can charge advertisers for your attention. That's how bad it's gotten. I actually make the claim, and the more I think about it, the more I absolutely am doubling down on this, that stand-up comedy itself is a true indication that the society's culture has already collapsed. That stand-up comedians will be the first to tell you, uniquely American craft. Yeah, the art of standing in front of people and talking and saying funny things. It used to be that the guys that would stand in front of people and say funny things would be playwrights or maybe an actor. Because the expectation of the culture was that everybody's going to stand in front of you and say funny things. Like, everybody's going to be somewhat entertaining or somewhat interesting or do something interesting because we live in a culture. Because we live in a society where people are intelligent and cultured and literate and have something interesting to say and something interesting to show you. Right? But so you take those people and you put them in a room, you're like, okay, cool. Let's take these very clever people who are very interesting and very, very entertaining and have them produce something new and timely to say something about what's going on in the world. Let's have the interesting people who say interesting things say an interesting thing and explore the abstract space. But now we've regressed so far down the cultural rabbit hole, and we've fallen so far backwards that we actually think that a person standing on a stage talking to audience members and saying funny things or responding to them in ways that are fun and interesting, that itself is an elevated art. And it isn't. It actually isn't. You just live in a shitty culture. In an actual culture full of actually educated people who are actually literate, who have actually read stuff, who have actually seen stuff, who have actually explored the abstract space and stretched their imaginative muscles, everyone's a stand-up comedian. Or a poet. Or a musician. Everyone is some kind of cultural force unto themselves in a society that's actually interested in building a real culture. So when it comes time to get my attention, when I'm living in a society where, yeah, I go to the pub and Joe tells some jokes and Bill plays the fiddle, sure, that's just Saturday. Well, you want me to pay money for that? That's just me hanging out with my friends. Who the fuck are you? If you want my attention, you better put on a play. You better have something interesting to say. You better do something cool. Right? You better show me something that I can't get at the pub. We're also broken down and destroyed. And there's this combination of the wholesale destruction of the populace and of the commons ruddered up to social media and the ability to project oneself into infinity. That's extremely new. Like, that's extraordinarily new. If you were a stand-up comedian, like a vaudevillian or something, going around putting on shows, the only way anyone would ever see you is if they saw you. And now, a person can literally take their phone and just point it at themselves, and they can project themselves into infinity. And things that you recorded now can be seen 20 years from now. That's new. That's super new. And what it means is that if you have one person who is kind of like telling funny jokes and is like doing a kind of thing, because there's such a dearth of it, then that person can get 1 million people to watch them. And if you can get 1 million people's attention for 1 hour, you can make $100 million. Like, Your attention is extremely valuable. It blows me away that you pay attention to me. Like, share, subscribe. Cody writes, yeah, I'm a musician, alienated and isolated. Thanks, capitalism. Oh, yeah, I think musicians have it, like, absolutely the worst. Like, everybody from now on into eternity is going to compete with Elvis Presley. Right? Like, it used to be the case, not that long ago, that if you wanted to hear Elvis Presley sing, if you wanted to hear him play, you had to go see him. You had to see his physical body, and he physically had to be in the room with you for you to experience Elvis Presley. Well, now we have the entire anthology of Elvis Presley and the Beatles and Nirvana and Soundgarden and Pearl Jam and Pavarotti and Frank Sinatra. Right? We've got all of these musicians who have recorded everything, and it's in the palm of our hands forever. And every musician that produces a lick is in constant, continuous competition with eternity. With anybody who recorded anything from the 1930s onward. And, like, sucks to be you, I guess. Like, sucks to be a musician. Because, like, I really hate to break it to everybody. I know that we live in this, like, capitalist world where we pretend like there's an infinite. Like, there's infinite resources and there's an infinite combination of infinite things. But there really isn't. Like, you can only make so many sounds, and you can only combine those sounds so often. And, like, it's Shakespeare says there's nothing new under the sun. The best that you can hope for now is to present something that's new to that listener. Good luck with that. And, like, I know for myself, any of my music that I play is it ends up just being a commentary of the time and the moment that we're in. So I use it as, like, a form of, like, it helps me get through my own shit. Like, I produced a good amount of music during COVID, because that was a very traumatizing moment. Oh, dude, that was a really traumatizing moment. We haven't really unpacked that at all. How, like, everything died in COVID. Like, we had, like, a little moment where capitalism actually died off. And it was better. Everything was better. We could have just killed capitalism right there. That would have been sweet. But no. You got to get to work. For some reason. I don't know doing what. Helping who. JT writes, it's why I'm not excited about any democratization of art with AI. I'd rather someone try their worst effort than seek the quote-unquote quality of the industry. Yeah, I mean, I just think that all AI will ever let you do is jerk off. Whether that's physically or mentally, right? Like, you're only ever going to, like, what if Darth Vader rode a skateboard? You know? Like, it's just all just like mental masturbation. It's just like the lowest of the lowest of the lowest brow. But because now it's like it's just like a child drawing with crayons, except the child has the ability to use all of the art that has ever been produced. Cody writes, I'm off work because of a failed drug because of weed. Embarrassing. Not for you. Just, like, who... I can't imagine giving a fuck. I cannot imagine giving a fuck. I cannot imagine, like... And the same people who are justifying that shitty legislation, like, slam their whiskeys and smoke their cigarettes, right? Like, it's just... How embarrassing. I'm more or less of the opinion that all drugs should be treated as a health issue. Right? Like, if you've got somebody taking heroin, you shouldn't be treating that as a social issue. You should be saying, hey, we gotta take care of this as like a health and safety issue. But I feel that way about poverty, right? Oh, you got people sleeping on the streets. Did you know that the doctors of Ontario consider poverty to be the number one health concern in Ontario? Turns out, if people don't get enough food and if they don't have a place to live, that causes them health problems. Do you know that? The bourgeoisie love their cocaine. Do 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 doop doop boop boo. Beep boop beep boop boop do do do. If you wanna get down on the ground, cocaine. I'm not seeing the stories that I want to see. I'm not seeing the stories that I want to see. Because the stories that I want to see are about forgiveness, are about understanding, are about coming together and saying, how do we live together? Like, I want to see a story of the incel and the social justice warrior that fall in love. I would like to see that story. I would like to see someone make the attempt. I would love to see someone actually genuinely and seriously try to make that story of two seemingly at odds groups finding the middle ground and finding a way forward. Like, there's so much media being produced that's about power, that's about vengeance. There's organizations like Daily Wire producing just hateful content that is mean-spirited. There's not a lot of love in the discourse anymore. There's not a lot of romance being made. Romance has been replaced by true crime and Hallmark movies. Hallmark movies, which are like the AI slop version of romance. We're not telling stories about how to live with people who you don't maybe like. We're not telling stories about how to get along. We're not telling stories about how to come to terms with each other. Yeah, we're sick. We're a sick society. There's a real sickness in us, for sure. That's a story that's a movie that I would write. I have a great idea and I would call it "There's Something Wrong with the Whites." And the movie would be set in a cul-de-sac. And there'd be like 3 or 4 houses. You could flesh that out. And one of the houses would be the whites, right? And then you'd have the other houses, and they'd just be like the Joneses and the Smiths, right? And as the story goes on, you just get this sinking, sinister sensation that the whites are up to something, that they're hiding something, that they're doing something. Like, odd events keep occurring, but the whites are all just smiles about it, and oh, don't worry about that, until one day someone disappears, and somebody immediately is like throwing shade on the whites, but the whites are just like not having it. And you could basically, I think, tell the story of like racial segregation and racism in America through this story. Oh yeah, you're absolutely like, when the whites go mad, they get mad, right? The problem, of course, with this premise is very simple, which is that one of the great American characters that has come out in the last 20 years is named Walter White, right? So there's something wrong with the whites, has a problem. Billy Bugbath over on Twitch. Greeting, comrades and Canadian commie. I believe it used to be termed alienation. I am alienated by the values of Western liberal democracy. It sickens me. Yeah, because like at this point, it's not even about being a communist, is it? Like, it's not even communism anymore. It's just literally like, yeah, this sucks. It just sucks. Like, it's just amoral and inhumane. Billy Bug continues, I feel many across the political spectrum. Are we seeing many on the right? Yeah. Everybody's getting nailed by it. That's why people are burning down warehouses. Like, it would be so easy to release some pressure from the pressure system. Like, I cannot believe how easily it could be accomplished. It would be so easy to accomplish. But you got to have Jeff Epstein's pedophile island, you know? That costs money. You want to rape girls? You want to rape little children? It's going to cost money. That's got to come from somebody. So it's going to come from the slaves is what it's going to come from. Bruh, I swear to God. Hoppers is a new movie that I really enjoyed. It's an animated movie, but has themes of environmentalism, anti-capitalism, coming-of-age welfare. It's very good, John. You would like it. It's funny, pretty creative. The animations are great. Storyline is great. Hoppers. I've never heard of this movie, my man. Hoppers. ...2026 movie. Jackson Hopper accepts plea deal, receives 40-year sentence in Shelby farm murder. This is kind of what I'm talking about, my man. Is that reality? The stories are here. The stories are in reality. Oh, Hoppers. Yes, the first thing I thought of when I saw this movie was that they were gonna be drawing really deeply from a movie, a very niche artistic movie named like Millions of Beavers or hundreds of beavers or thousands of beavers. Here's the thing, right? they're never going to make a movie for me ever again. Like, movies today have to have what's called broad mass appeal, which means a child can watch it, right? And if you're gonna make something that a child can watch, I am by default not interested. Like, if I am with a child and the child is like, I would like to watch a movie, please, I'll be like, very good. Here are the children's movies that I watched when I was a child. Your Beauties and the Beasts, your The Little Mermaids, right? Your The Lion Kings, Disney's Aladdin, dare I say, the whole golden age of Disney. But like, I don't really watch those movies anymore because they're for kids, right? Like, and that's not to say that they're bad. It's just, I'm an adult. And it's just, like, annoying that there's no such thing as, like, an adult movie anymore. And then when they make an adult movie, a movie that's meant for, like, an adult audience, it's got this, like, shitty grittiness to it. Like The Revenant. Everything's just like, ugh, ugh, oh, which has just got to be the laziest form of storytelling. I call it the Batman syndrome, where like we're all supposed to watch a movie about a guy whose parents died when he was too young to remember it. And we're supposed to like take him seriously as a guy dressing up in a bat suit, fighting crime because my parents are dead. Oh, and it's just like, fucking take a Xanax and get over it. Like, go talk to a therapist. And like the Batman turnaround for me was like really the moment. Like when that clicked in for me, that like, oh yeah, Batman's like a psycho. Like Batman is like Batman doesn't exist. Bruce Wayne has a significant mental disorder going on here. This is significant. Like, Bruce is just as bad as the Joker. Just as bad. Perhaps even worse. Because the Joker has no resources. He's got no support system whatsoever. And he is a lunatic. Like, he has lost his mind. Batman has so much goddamn wealth. Batman has so much goddamn wealth that he could fund a basic income or a jobs program for all of these people the Joker keeps getting to be his henchmen. That's Joker's only power, is that he has henchmen. He seems to have an infinite supply of never-ending henchmen to go and do his bidding. And Bruce, at no point, goes, instead of building a jet shaped like a bat, what if I completely undercut the henchman market By just giving people like real easy, good paying jobs. And literally like promote it that way. Be like, are you thinking of becoming a Joker henchman? Sign up at Wayne Industries. No experience required. Bonus sign up fee. Like, Bruce Wayne could fucking completely destroy the Joker in a minute. Contropia. I'm gonna hello again, my fellow Jew. I am not a Jew. So, right. You okay, bud? You doing okay? It's just a very odd, strange, and unusual thing to say. That's all. Just an odd and unusual thing to say to someone. This has been a strange interaction. And so when you realize this, like when you realize that Bruce could solve his problems and solve everybody else's problems, and he could do it easily, it wouldn't be difficult. You really realize that, like, oh, he needs to live the fantasy. He needs to keep putting on this mask. He needs to keep going into the streets in body armor with, like, weapons-grade technology that's designed at a, like, Wayne Tech lab to fight, like, thugs with knives and shit. He just has to do it. Because his parents are dead! And I'm like, yeah, I can't buy into this narrative without sacrificing my maturity and intelligence. I can't be an adult and indulge in this narrative any longer. And once that cracked open, you kind of realize pretty quickly, oh God, they're all like that. They're all like that. Like, they're all fucking like that. Every single superhero narrative, every single one of these. And, like, when you do find a narrative, I would argue that Luke Skywalker's narrative in the original trilogy is like this. When you find the narrative where they actually, like, stuck the landing, they'll just trash it later. They'll just do everything they can to undercut and destroy the character. Like, would Breaking Bad be better if they released a new season and Walter White was just a mime doing pantomime the whole time? Would that improve it? Would that be a new thing that people would like? I think the last piece of media that I watched that I actually was like, this is an adult making something for adults, was the final season of Twin Peaks. That Twin Peaks was a show, it was like the precursor to X-Files. And it had this, it was like a marriage between Dallas and shows like Dallas, sort of these soap operas and melodramas. But it was merged with something like the X-Files, where there's this sinister sort of supernatural underpinning to the whole thing. And they had 2 seasons, and they ended season 2 on a big cliffhanger. This is David Lynch. They ended season 2 on a big cliffhanger. And then the show got canceled. And it got canceled because studio executives are morons who make decisions based exclusively on money. And that allowed lots of people to leave that project and then go on to make the X-Files. So, small blessings. David Duchovny was on Twin Peaks, and then he became Mulder. Or Scully. Mulder. And so 20 years later, David Lynch and the cast of Twin Peaks get together and they make another season. And they set it 20 years in the future. So it's real time. We're just jumping right back in. And I don't want to spoil anything because I don't want to give away stuff. But David Lynch did basically everything he could to completely thwart and undercut any expectation anyone had for clean Hollywood endings and storytelling. That heroic would not be the word I would use. And it was an adult story told by an adult to adults. And I could not look away from it when it was bizarre and odd and inscrutable and strange. David Lynch said something that I really believe in art. And so I have a really low tolerance for when storytellers really grab your hand and really explain everything. David Lynch said, "Don't explain anything to people. You don't owe them an explanation. You don't even owe them an ending. Let them puzzle it out. Let them figure it out. Let them think about it. You don't need to explain it." Nobody does that, right? I think about the movie that I really think about when it comes to this is a movie that seems to be universally loved and that I enjoyed on the first kind of passing. But as I've come to look at it again, I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Was Inception. That if you watch Inception, I never understood for a single moment why anybody left that theater being oh, what was going on in that film? I can't. They literally explained it the whole time. The whole time. They had a character in the movie whose only job was to explain things the people knew to them. She was just an exposition bot. And I really was how much better would Inception have been if they explained literally nothing? Literally nothing. Where Leonardo DiCaprio's character just does the thing that he does and no one explains any of it. I think that if they had have committed to that, with that kind of Lynchian idea of just not explaining, zero exposition, nobody being what are we doing? Zero. I think Inception would have been a masterpiece. Because the concept of it is pretty cool. And the layers and the dream level and all this kind of stuff. But you go back and watch Inception again, and immediately you're oh yeah, they're really spoon feeding you this. You're really spoon fed. Every single thing. And even with that spoon feeding of just here's the plot, here's the story, here's what's going on. Okay, we're going into the dream world. Okay, there's another level. To get out of the dream world, we need to do this, and this is why this is happening. Okay, sure, there's a lot of things going on at once, but we've really explained all of them to you, so anyone should be able to follow. And even then, people were just what? And so it's if you don't let people actually struggle with it, this is the conversation I get into with religion, right? That it's not about the conclusion, it's about the struggle. That if you don't struggle with it, you can't grow. If all I did was this, would anyone expect my arm to get any stronger? No, I need to struggle with it. And if I picked up a weight and somebody else came in and said, oh, that's a lot of weight, let me take that weight from you. Okay, we'll go through it together. Do you think I would be successful? No. And so when you kind of spoon feed it the way that Inception spoon fed it, and the way a lot of movies spoon feed things, then you can't grow. You can't grow intellectually, you can't grow spiritually, you can't grow culturally. You just sort of die. Right? Oh, Bound wants to defend the Wayne Foundation. Yeah, the performative charity. Yeah, not actually cutting to the core of it and actually doing the thing that would actually do it. Right? The performative charity that justifies his war on crime. Got it. Like, Bruce Wayne could single-handedly defeat the Joker forever. Like, he would do it in a minute. Literally an ad campaign would do it. The idea that a guy like the Joker would actually be a significant threat to anybody is itself the joke. Scrail writes, remember when we used to bet on the number of the day? Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that was fun. I do miss David Lynch. God bless you, David Lynch, wherever you are. Absolute Batman is still cool as fuck. Absolute Batman is just like violent, right? Like it's just hyper violent. And like Absolute Batman is the Mortal Kombat of Batman. That's all. Right? Like, there does exist inside of all of us a little boy that is just like, yeah. That's it. When I look at Absolute Batman, I'm like, this looks like Batman Mortal Kombat. That's what this looks like. Road Pro, my chats aren't showing up. Yeah. Welcome to YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. You too can be censored. Censored. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, like straight up, Bruce Wayne could literally be like, hey, are you thinking of becoming like a Joker henchman? Go to this facility and we'll get you a job. Like, we'll get you like a proper job, and like it'll be a good living, right? It'll be fine. Like, he could have run that commercial, man. Like, it could have been so fucking easy. Like, the idea that Joker should have henchmen. Are you kidding? Imagine that. Like, it's just like, how do you become a Joker henchman? The only type of person who could ever become a Joker henchman is someone who is also like deranged, like has brain damage, or is just so fucking desperate that they're grabbing onto whatever. They're grabbing onto anything that floats on by. Yeah, JT, yeah, the Joker can hire and pay workers, but Bruce is like, no, I got computers and a butler to help with my violence. Yeah. And it would take someone maybe a day to figure out that Batman is Bruce Wayne. Like, we're in real, like, Clark Kent is Superman territory here. Like, Clark Kent, Superman. Clark Kent, Superman, right? Like, we're in that kind of territory with this. You can't figure out where the jet propelled car is going. I mean, I think it makes sense why there's so much crime in Gotham when you got detectives like this. Oh man, there's a guy driving around the streets of Gotham in a car that's propelled by jet fuel. Fires fire out the back of it. Can't figure out where it goes. It always leaves the city heading in that direction. Right towards the old Wayne Manor. Says there's caverns underneath that manor that go deep into the earth. The old Bruce Wayne lives up in that old mansion by himself. A recluse, they say. A strange individual. Traveled to the Far East at one point, they say. Learned the ancient martial arts of Chaisho. Well, off to clock in for another day of legwork here in the city of Gotham. Like, how is Spider-Man anything but an indictment of the institutions of America? How is it that someone gets bitten by a radioactive spider and it gives them abilities and shit, and their first inclination is to fall back on, nobody can know about this. I want to have this, I want to do this, but nobody can know about this. And we all like see him do that, and we're like, yeah, he's absolutely right. Yeah, Peter Parker, he's absolutely right. Nobody can know about that. Nobody can know about that shit. Nobody can know it's you. Absolutely, nobody can know it's you, Peter Parker. Because we know what the government's going to do. We know exactly how the CIA is going to respond to that. We know exactly what's going to happen. Like, the X-Men are about that. Like, the one comic that kind of stands up and kind of gets to that adult level is actually X-Men. Road Prol, thank you for the donation, my man. $5 donation. That's very kind of you. And that's because X-Men is actually rooted in like racial tensions. And it's actually an analogy for something that's pretty serious and pretty adult in the first place. And the conversation between the ongoing conversation between Magneto and Professor X mirrors a white person's perception of the conversation between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. And as we've gone along, that conversation has matured. Why are mutants oppressed, but superheroes are not in Marvel? You're looking for consistency? You're looking for some goddamn consistency? What? No, you're not gonna find consistency, brah. Just read the comic that's in front of you and don't try to create a larger lore. Don't try to find your plot holes. They've made so much of it that it's completely impossible. Like, you can't... They didn't think of any of this stuff up, like, together. They just made up a whole bunch of shit. And it's only, like, in retrospect that we were like, wait a minute. Yeah, why are mutants oppressed but superheroes are not in Marvel? Road Prol says, thanks for your show. Oh, that's kind of you. It's insightful, educational. I like your take on different topics, even when it goes a bit off topic, which this is off topic. I have not been sleeping. Although I argue that media and stories are important. They are important. It relaxes back to socialist principles and morals. Love it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I mean, I try, man. Like, to me, like, culture makes politics. That if every single person who saw a homeless person immediately said, that's unacceptable. It is simply unacceptable that there is a homeless person living in our country. I don't accept it. And if they approached their leaders, and if everybody approached their leaders and said, I don't accept that there's a homeless person, and I don't accept your excuses. There is a homeless person. I don't accept that. And if they simply said, I will not vote for you. I will vote for the man with the boot on his head. The man with the boot on his head says that we can get those homeless people off the streets. So I'll vote for him. Things would change very quickly. Right? Things would change very quickly. That the sickness we're experiencing is first and foremost a cultural sickness. It is a societal sickness. That politics, in many ways, politics are not the solution to that sickness. Politics are a reflection of the society. And that if you want to change your politics, then you have to change people's hearts and minds. You have to tell stories. And you have to get people invested in stories and in the story of the reality that you're living in. And you have to get them to believe that it doesn't need to be this way. That fundamentally that is what communism is about. That communism is about the idea that we can change the way things are. That the capitalists are the ones that say, this is just the way it is. This can't be changed. This is immutable. This is human nature. It's the communists that say, no, we can obviously change this. And we have evidence. We have proof. Anybody who wants to stand up in front of me and say, you can't change that of your society, excuse me? Of course we can. We've changed a lot of things in our stupid Western society. We've changed a lot of things. We used to nail people to boards in public. The state used to take a person and drive nails through their wrists and ankles and hang them as a display in public, in front of people. This was how people were punished. And the people back then who were saying this should be changed, we shouldn't have this, were told this is just how it is. It can't be changed. Well, guess fucking what? Guess fucking what? It changed. And how did it change? Did it change because we elected a politician? No. It changed because a story went through the empire and changed people's hearts and changed people's minds to say, the practice of crucifixion is unacceptable. We no longer believe that the people who do it are credible and should be tolerated. That sometimes people will say to me, like, well, religion doesn't do anything. What has Christianity accomplished? The story of Jesus Christ is the cited source for when Constantine abolished the practice of crucifixion. And it never came back. It's been 2,000 years. It's yet to come back. That's a pretty big fundamental change. That's a pretty big fundamental change. And if we can change that, if we can take a society that was using state-sponsored crucifixion to punish people and abolish that practice, there is no limit to what we can change. The world is changeable. The primary attribute of humanity, what is actually human nature, is adaptability. That humans will adapt to succeed in whatever system requires them. So if you create a system that requires psychopaths in order to succeed, then you'll get psychopaths, because humans will adapt to that. But if you create a system that requires people to be nice to one another in order to succeed, then that's what you'll get, because people will adapt to that. That human nature is dictated by material conditions. Ong Noing says, this warehouse fire incident caused something extraordinary. Yet this time, the major institutions were forced to address and defend capitalism directly. Any other time, they would have made spiels and freedom, democracy, maybe faith that they thought some Islamic terrorists, but that's not what they fell back on. The media and the prosecutor in the case specifically addressed capitalism. Yeah, I mean, there comes a point. Like, I have this great book that I became completely convinced that our education system was a complete failure when I discovered the existence of this book. And the reason why our education system is a complete failure is that I was never shown this book. The name of the book is called Cotton is King. And it's a collection of essays written by the pro-slavers on the lead up to the Civil War. I think it's required reading. I think everybody should read Cotton is King. It's a bit of a tome, and there are a couple of entries that are strictly economic, so they're very dense and thick with math. But the fundamental argument is we can't abolish slavery. Look how much money we're making. Right? We can't abolish slavery. Jesus wants it. Elaney, good to see you. Thanks for teaching the average person about communism. But I don't like China. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I wonder. Misty Lane, good to see you. What is a shareholder? Like, why do random people on the stock market have a share of the company, but the workers who actually maintain the company every day have no share of the company? Is that crazy to say? No, Misty Lane. No, you are stumbling on one of the many questions that you will ask on your journey, where capitalists will say, that's commie talk. And eventually they'll say it so often that you'll just be like, yeah, I'm a communist. Because it sounds like commie talk is just good idea talk. So shareholder, right? So let's say this is very, very rudimentary, right? This is very rudimentary. But let's say a company has 100 shares, right? You as the owner of the company... No, I need to go back a little bit farther. So I'm John, and I want to make a toilet paper company, right? I'm a capitalist. So what do? I get a loan from either a bank or a family member or an inheritance or something. Maybe the government is providing grants to people. But whatever I start with, I have seed capital. And I take out a loan at interest. But I'm the owner of the company. right? Because this is capitalism, baby. That's how this works. And so with my seed capital, I pay wages and hire workers. Under the system of capital, that's the extent of my contractual obligation to those workers. They come work for me, I give them a wage, day ends, they go home. Work ends, they go away. That's the entire relationship between the employee and the employer. The owner and the owned. Fun fact, the chattel slavers of the South argued that chattel slavery was a more moral system of slavery to the system we currently live under, which is wage slavery. Their argument was a chattel slave needed to be cared for even if there wasn't work to be done, because they were your property. So even if there's no work to be done, you still had to take care of them, feed them, clothe them. That was the expectation. That was the law, in fact. Wage slavery, you run out of work to do, you can just fire them. Where are they going to get their food? Where are they going to get their shelter? What if there's no work to be done? You just cast this person out into the street. And so that was their moral argument for why chattel slavery was a superior form of slavery. Which, incidentally, wage slavery is this system. This system. And that manifests itself in this very conversation. Because the worker's relationship to the owner is strictly based on wages. Owner pays you wage, he takes your surplus value away from you. You make no decisions, you are not part of the conversation. So one of the ways a company can make money, the owner of a company can make money, is by selling shares of his company, right? I have $100. I would like to buy a share of your company at $100. And the idea is that your company, as it grows and as it becomes more successful, that $100 will eventually become perhaps $200. So I'll just make money with money. And so that's how you get shareholders, right? A shareholder is literally just a guy with money buying a piece of a company that he expects will grow. The theory behind this is that, I take that money and I invest it in my company, and that grows the company and thereby improves the society. It's not exactly what happens. And really what it does is it creates just a parasitic class. There are people in Canada whose entire portfolio is basically just buying about 5% of everything. Because the expectation is that the entire economy will continue going upwards, right? Line go up for whole economy. So if you have some losers, you'll also have some winners. As long as the general trend goes up like this, it doesn't matter because you own 5% of the entire economy, right? And that's just a parasite. That's not valuable at all. And the reason why this whole system, the whole stock market system, is a failure and doesn't work for a society is that it erects a false economy, right? You just have small groups of psychopaths with huge amounts of finance capital not really participating meaningfully in the quote-unquote real economy. You'll see that term now. Now that I'm explicitly telling it to you, now that I'm explicitly saying it, you'll see it more. You'll hear it more. Real economy. This is the term that capitalists and the system of capital, the religion of capital, has begun to pepper into the conversation in order to have a serious conversation about assets. about resources, about things like the means of production, right? The ability to make things, the ability to manufacture. Because so much of the economic conversation that happens in capitalism is the stock market, which is a worthless, meaningless place that has no value to literally anyone, including the people who are playing in it. Like, the stock market is worthless. It is a net drain to the real economy. 100%. All it does is cause and create chaos. It doesn't actually do the thing it claims to do, which is distribute resources rationally. Like, congratulations, you got grain to Iowa. Congratulations, you got oranges to Iowa. You did something slave societies were able to do 5,000 years ago. Congratulations. And so the real economy is how they're finally discussing, like, okay, well, sure, Warren Buffett is like shifting some commodities around and like some futures and doing some speculation and all this kind of stuff. But like, there are still tomatoes, right? What are we going to do with all these tomatoes? And so that's the real economy. And because they call it the real economy, it makes it pretty clear that the stock market and that whole finance economy is the fake economy. It's a false economy. It doesn't really exist. It's fictional. It just exists on paper. And the only reason why it has any clout or power at all is because people still take it seriously. Money is another one of these things that if we all finally said, fuck, what the fuck are you talking about? Money, fuck you. Get the fuck out of here with that. I won't accept it. Like, it's just one of those things. If everybody said that, like if you couldn't buy food with money, that'd be it. That'd be the end of money. Right? Again, the most important and valuable commodity that exists is your attention. That's why you need to be distracted as much as possible. And so, no, it's not crazy to say that why is there these shareholders that are making money while workers are not involved at all? That's essentially the beating heart of the issue. That the workers should be the shareholders. The workers should be the ones that own the stock. The workers should be the ones that own the means of production. The capitalists are worthless parasites who should simply not be involved. That perhaps maybe you could make an argument that 200 years ago, when your great-grandfather started that company, he was doing something of value. But now you're just some worthless fail son that produces no value whatsoever. Like guys like Galen Weston. Like Galen Weston should not be part of the food distribution chain at all. He is just a worthless fail son that produces nothing, that has no reason to be part of this enterprise at all. And yet he gets to walk away with the lion's share because his daddy did it. So it's just embarrassing. It's like straight up embarrassing monarchical bullshit. Pookie. One problem thinking that everything comes out of greedy billionaires, but there's so many nice stuff that was invented by regular businessmen with a good idea. Can you give an example? If your country stopped caring about financial system and cuts its market, that can be bad. Dollar value is dropping. Gas prices go up. Some investors secure. Yeah, so you've just invested in the fiction. That's all. It's like talking to somebody who's like really into Star Wars. That's it. You've just invested in the fiction. And the other people around you are also invested in the fiction. Yeah, and Joe's pretty much nailing it. It's a racket for stealing wealth from the people who do all the work, seems to me. Yep. I mean, it's a wage slave system. It's wage slavery, right? And that's the mechanism. That we take your surplus value, we take your labor value, right? We pay you a wage. So, and that wage will always be less than the value you are worth. And because if it wasn't, you would never be hired. The whole thing is based on I get something for nothing. That if you produce $10 worth of value and I pay you $9, that means I get $1 for nothing. And usually it's way more skewed than that. Like if you produce $10 of value, I'll pay you a penny. And then I'll take the rest. And if you can own the food supply and the shelter, then you really got them by the balls, right? Because you can price the shelter and the food at exactly the wage and just keep them in essentially indentured servitude, right? Because it's a system based on competition. And so they don't want people buying property and going on the property ladder at all because they want that property for themselves. And they have it. Like, it's finished. It's over. This is a feudal society. The idea that we live in a capitalist society is sort of a joke. Not even theoretically do we live in a capitalist society. Misty Lane, honestly, this is one of the reasons why mainstream Democrats are losing. Yeah, 22. They were like you. People are idiots. The economy is fine. I mean, look at the stock market now, 40K. Yeah. One of the big things that is shifting, and I'm seeing it shift, like I pay attention to Hassan Piker, right? And what Hassan Piker is noticing and what he's seeing is that the Democrats are finally actually saying, we can't just ignore the left. Like we can't just pretend like they're not there, which is essentially what they've been doing. We have to actually talk. Pookie says, I love Minecraft. It was an indie small business game. So like a guy worked and did it. Right? So a worker made a product and you liked that product. Cool. It's not capitalism. Like, I'll say this over and over again to capitalist sympathizers and their sort of apologists, which at this point is just weird. It's really weird to be a defender of capitalism at this point. Things like Minecraft and Among Us show up in spite of capitalism, not because of it. That what you are looking at is the insistence of humanity to still create things and to still make things and to still produce things in spite of the system of capital, not because of it. Because the system of capital is weaker than humanity. And it always will be. Because the system of capital is inherently fragile and inherently weak. And the only reason it continues to persist is because for some reason people are still jerking it off, even as it kicks them in the fucking face. Pookie says, I think it's more like people adapt to capital. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off. You're such a fucking loser, and people like you. Go fuck yourself. You fucking dim-witted capitalist apologist. You're a fucking loser. You understand? You're the biggest fucking loser in the fucking world. No one's a bigger fucking loser than you. You're a huge, massive loser. Jerking off capitalism. No one's going to touch your dick, dude. No one's going to give a shit about you. You know why? Because you're the guy watching his dad beat the fuck out of a kid going, I bet that kid deserved it. Fuck you. Go fucking die, you Nazi. Fucking losers, man. Imagine defending capitalism at this point. Imagine actually genuinely walking around being like, capitalism's good, actually. Fuck, man. God, that's so fucking dumb as shit. Yeah, I don't need to keep you around either, bud. Go cry somewhere else. This is how capitalists should be talked to, by the way. Capitalists are fucking Nazis, Losers. There's no such thing as a good capitalist. The people burning down their warehouses are correct to do so, and I hope it continues. Bye. Grow up time. Time to grow up. You don't like listening to a man talk? Sorry. Go jerk off to your Marvel movies. Go keep masturbating to Spider-Man. This is the reason they won't make adult movies for adults. Somebody mentioned Joker a while back. Yeah, Joker was an adult movie for adults. Because it actually criticized the genre. It flipped the entire genre on its head. It heavily criticized the system of capital, and it was so successful in its critique not just of the superhero genre, but also of the system of capital, and showed, hey, do you think Arthur has any connection whatsoever to these warehouse fire guys? Do you think there's any connection there at all? It was so successful in its criticism that they had to destroy the franchise immediately. And they did. By casting the Zionist Lady Gaga and then doing like a shitty musical that nobody gave a fuck about. Joker 2 was better. Go fuck yourself. Just embarrassing. Just fucking embarrassing, dude. Holy shit. There's too many fucking little kids around, man. Like, 40-year-old little kids are weird. Like, it's just getting fucking weird. I wonder if they're going to do with the Monopoly movie. They're going to do a Monopoly movie. Look, the board game Monopoly was made as a criticism of capitalism. It was called, like, Landlords and Leases or something like that. And it was a criticism of capital. The person that designed it with the intention to show through the board game process what happens in the system of capital and the end result of the system of capital. And then Hasbro bought it, rebranded it, and said, capitalism, everybody should have it. This is capitalism. And we all played the game being sold the idea that this is the game we're all meant to play and really be on board with, failing to recognize that it was a criticism. Like, it's a criticism of capital. Everybody played it. Go play a game of Monopoly now. I challenge every single person. I challenge every single fucking person. What did I like about Joker 2? Besides the fact that it had the Zionist Lady Gaga in it? I challenge everybody to play a game of Monopoly. Like, you'll see it. It'll be naked. It'll be laid right out in front of you. You'll just be like, oh yeah, this is how this works. Right? One person manages to gobble up enough properties, and then they manage to gobble up more until they own everything. It's exactly what's happened. Like, it's precisely what's happened. It's why I don't think libertarianism is a good idea. You play one game of Monopoly, and you're just like, yeah, that doesn't work. Very clearly. Don Homer. Yeah, besides that. You know, besides the genocidal psychopath that they cast to be in that movie. There you go. There's my from start to finish entire critique of Joker 2. There you go. Oh. Yeah, but besides the genocide, if you can take the genocide out of it, you know, the bombing of children and the starving of people, if you can remove that element from your thinking, you know, just take it out of your brain, out of your soul, out of your spirit, and just like compartmentalize it, right? Like, put it in a little box over here, close it, write on it, unimportant things I put in here so I could watch a shitty Marvel movie. Oh, sorry, DC. And then sit down, watch the hackneyed performances by a subpar actress in a script that was clearly written to completely undercut the entire thrust of the first film, to make liberals stop clutching their pearls and have a little heart attack. If you could do that, and then give me like a real good analysis, there's your whole analysis. That's what I think of that. Annoying. Someone convinced me to play Monopoly Socialism as a criticism of socialism. When I was done, I was left scratching my head, thinking, so where's the criticism? I've never played the Monopoly Socialism. It's I just don't think that they could, you know, like I just, if you, there would be a pretty easy way to socialize the game of Monopoly, right? And socializing the game of Monopoly would essentially mean that you could always pay the lowest value of rent, right? That would basically be Monopoly socialism. So you'd just be like going around the board, and then that would be it. And some people, the whole game of Monopoly would still happen, and you would still have like a guy own everything, but everybody would still be going around the board paying the lowest value of rent. And that would be like socialism Monopoly, I guess. You could also, like, there are rules that you could add into the game of Monopoly to socialize it immediately. Like, you could limit the amount of property a person is allowed to have. Ong says the major criticism IIRC is that you're not making as much money and everyone gets the credit, but who wins? Yeah, the competitive psychopath shit, right? Like, capitalism will literally say to you, we have to get you all competing, and that'll be good. It's like, then you're not living in a society, are you? Like, you're in competition for basic resources with one another? That's psychotic. Like, that's just psychopath shit. Like, your society is a game of Squid Game. Like, that's fucking wild. Austin Wallace writes, John, Monopoly was called the landlord's game and had a socialism mode in its rules. You were supposed to play it the way we know, and then play it with the rule change to prove socialism was better. I mean, I think that if you just, like, I think that if you just abolished wealth hoarding, a lot of shit would basically smooth itself out pretty much immediately. Like, you can have kind of whatever structure you like if a person is not able to attain too much power, right? Like, it's sort of wild. Like, when I was growing up, the concept of our democracies, it was always pitched to me that our democratic structures are good because they decentralize power. There are spheres of government and checks and balances. But for some reason, when it comes to owning the entire economy, there isn't that same kind of idea. We don't have the same kind of idea that says, like, capitalists in one breath will say humans are bad, nasty, evil creatures and there's nothing we can do to stop that, but then not follow it through with, and that's why we can't allow one of them to have all of this power. Unless it's government, right? Like, if it's a government, then they can have all this power, If it's government, rather, they can't have any power. One person can't have that much power. But if it's the economy, one person can have as much money as the entire federal budget. And that's fine because they, quote unquote, earned it. Which is, the more you think about it, the absolute worst defense you could possibly do. I earned it. Who gives a fuck? Like, can you imagine if Ted Bundy stood up and said, Your Honor, you have to let me go free because while I did kill those people, I earned it. It was a lot of work to find them and hunt them down and to kill them. And if they didn't want me to kill them, then they should have made better decisions. Really, where's the personal responsibility? Like, who gives a fuck if they earned it? Who cares? That's not what the conversation's about at all. The conversation is about whether or not what they're doing is valuable, or whether or not what they're doing is harmful to the society. And just like how Ted Bundy murdering people shouldn't be a thing, no matter how hard he worked for it and no matter how hard he earned it, a billionaire should also not exist, no matter how hard he worked for it, no matter how much he earned it. I don't give a fuck if it was the cleanest, most honest, sweetest, most beautiful person who did everything absolutely correct and by the book, and everybody loved him and showered him with praise and adoration. No one should have $1 billion. Full stop. It is societally harmful for one person to have $100 million. I think it's harmful to people to have more than $1 million. I think people start to lose touch with the fabric of their reality at $1 million. Like, and big looming question marks on even owning a home. Like, big looming question marks about this. That if you wanted to solve a lot of problems that are happening in America, and what's crazy is we've done it once before. Right? We did it through the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Where the tax rate on wealthy people was as high as 90% for periods of time. Like, so what did they do? They said, well, this wealth is going to be taxed away anyway, so I might as well raise your wages. This wealth is going to be taxed away anyway, so I might as well actually invest it in my society. Right? I might as well build Carnegie Hall. I might as well build the Empire State Building. I might as well build subway systems. I might as well do something with the money that I have because it's going to get taxed away anyway. And I'd rather make that decision than have some politician in Washington, D.C. do it. Right? But right now, they could just sit on their money forever. And one of the great lies of trickle-down economics is that, oh, well, if you allow people to accrue as much wealth as they possibly can, they'll turn around and invest it into society. And no, they won't. If the purpose of investing is to make money, why would anyone invest if they already have all the money? At the end of the game of Monopoly, why would the person who has all the properties, who has all the money, who has all the buildings, invest anything in you? I'm of the opinion that we should tax all wealth over $1 million at 100% and simply be done with it. Like, you'll still have your shitty capitalist structures which need to be confronted, but you'll really take the teeth out of it. You'll really take the fangs out of these guys. And boy, do they need to be defanged. Boy, howdy. JT writes, what's the point of having the ability to give if you aren't going to spite the people and hoard it all? Yeah. Don Homer writes, being pissed off and belligerent and moralizing about how people are psychopaths and whatever isn't really a Marxist thing, to be honest. I don't think you've read any Marx then. 0% Marx. Like, no Lenin, certainly. Class consciousness is about divesting yourself of your own input. We're not Vulcans. Engaging in class struggle. Calling people psychopaths, because they are psychopaths. They're definitionally psychopaths. Just mystifies only to clueless people the system and makes it about the assholes. Nope, not the assholes. The psychopaths. People who are psychopathic. Psychopaths. We have done the studies. We have done the studies. No. See, Don Homer, you're misunderstanding something. We've done the studies. The science is in. Anytime anybody accumulates wealth out of whack, right, with the rest of their society, they become psychopathic. It's not a moral judgment. You're the one pretending that it's about morality. You're the one bringing up morality. The people who have studied it and studied wealth inequality and studied the effects of wealth inequality have come out the other side saying literally every single time we've studied this, the result is people who accumulate mass sums of wealth become psychopathic. Which is why removing their wealth is a remedy for their own sickness. It is not a moral judgment. And a big part of this cast, by the way, is like, this is my own therapy. Like, this is my channel. And yeah, I mouth off a little bit, right? I haven't slept. But it's like, you're just kind of like one of those guys. That's all. That's it. Like, you feel good about yourself. Go feel good about yourself. I can't imagine why the left can't organize. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. I don't really want to talk to you. You're just kind of annoying. Go read for Cole. Go read for Cole. Go read for Cole. You're literally getting rammed in the ass by the system of capital, saying, go read for Cole. Oh, you don't know what I've read. Like, you're just some asshole chatting. Like, fuck off. Jeez Louise, man. Like, it's just, I can't imagine why the left is being destroyed when we've got representatives like this. Go read for Cole. Go, all morality plus one is read for Cole. Just embarrassing. Just embarrassing nerd shit. Fucking just total loser shit. Unbelievable loser shit. Interrupting me, being like, these capitalists are psychopaths and must be stopped, to get on a soapbox and lecture me about morality. Bye! You're a loser. Fuck off. Like, if you said that shit to me in public, I would turn around and walk away. And I would never talk to you again. Just embarrassing shit, dude. Just fucking embarrassing. Holy shit. Can't imagine why the left is failing. Jesus fucking Christ. Go read for Cole. Yeah, read for Cole. Yeah. Jerk off somewhere else, bro. It's gross. Ugh. Yeah, all they have to do is pay us enough to live. Like, it's real straightforward shit. Like, it's real straightforward shit. Yeah, if you own all the stuff, why sell anything to peasants? Like, there just comes a point where you start to realize that we're cattle. Like, that's how they view us, that we're just cattle. We're not different than cows, right? That take a look at what they've done to the cows, take a look at what they've done to the pigs, take a look at what they've done to the chickens, take a look at what they've done, right? Like, with your eyes, go look at it. That's what they're going to do to us. That's what they're trying to do to us. That's what they are doing to us. Like, they're psychos. And if you think that that mystifies the process, then maybe you're a loser. Jesus Christ, dude. It's just people who think that it's a fucking game. Like, for them, it's just like about scoring intellectual points, bringing up fucking Foucault like I give a fuck. Like I care at all about what some loser Frenchman says about fucking morality, moral relativism. And he probably just like talks himself into a big fucking circle that gets a hole punched in it by fucking Noam Chomsky when they met. Michael Foucault, who gives a fuck? Like, who cares about fucking Michael Foucault? Fucking loser. Moral relativism. Yeah, the Nazis thought they were good. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's wild what people will do to embarrass the shit out of themselves in my chat. And, like, expect me to tolerate them. That's the best part. People just fucking embarrassing the shit out of themselves and acting like assholes, then being like, oh. Get pound sand, get the fuck out of here. JT Wright, it's why it all manifests through liberalism, individualism. It's a destructive system for humanity, not about specific assholes as much as they're obvious capitalist rulers. Why do people defend capitalism when it doesn't benefit them in any way? Capitalism isn't an economic system because, like TCC said, if you own all the money, why invest it? I think at this point, there's only 3 groups of people who are still defending capitalism. You've got the mentally ill, right? That's fine. Then you've got the people who are benefiting from it. Right? Like, slave owners don't want slavery to end. Right? Real clear there. And there's enough people who believe that they're benefiting from the system of capital. Like, if you're a landlord and you own a bunch of slums and you're making $2 million a year from your slums, you don't want that to end. Right? It's free money for you for doing nothing, basically. And then the third group of people, and I think this is the most common group of people, are the children. Just the people who never grew up, right? The 40-year-old still kind of jerking off to Spider-Man. Like, it's normal and it's innate for a child to defer to their father. That's really normal. A big part of growing up is finally recognizing that your father is just a person, that he's not a villain, that he's not a saint, that he's not fully fallible, like he's not a narcissist. He's just a fucking human being wandering around dazed and confused like you. And I'm more or less of the opinion that you're not really a grown-up until you get there. Until you're finally at a place where you look at your dad and your dad says something dumb because he's just a guy. And you go, That's pretty dumb, Dad. I love it. Right? And there, you're a fucking adult. You can talk to your dad like an adult, and your dad talks to you like an adult, and you just are adults for a minute together before they go, usually. And so that same idea persists for all kinds of societal things. Like, you don't believe in Santa Claus, right? You probably don't believe in Jesus Christ anymore. People hang on to Jesus for a lot longer than Santa. There's more institutional support. But people will hang on to just like capitalism, America, right? And it's just straight up like, Daddy wouldn't lie. This country's the greatest country. Like, the system of indoctrination, the system of propaganda is serious. And it gets people. Another group, people who enjoy making money, who enjoy their jobs and careers. Yeah, people who benefit from it. Like, I think that's a lot like when I say humans only have three motivators. Humans are only motivated by three things, which is power, vengeance, and love. Those are the only three human motivators. Everybody immediately tries to start bringing up fourth examples. Knowledge, which is power. And it could be love and it could be vengeance, right? But it slots in. It's like a subcategory. Money is a big one, which again, usually power. It has that kind of quality. Yeah, Gamer Jam says there's multiple ways of doing it. Like deleting some of those useless Star Wars spin-offs and putting it back into the society. Look, man, like, really think about this. Right? Really think about this for a minute. If people keep burning down the warehouses, if warehouses keep getting burnt down like this, how much longer until the amount of goods burnt surpasses the amount it would cost to just pay people enough to live? Right? Like, when you start losing more than you would have lost just by paying the wage. Because this is one of the kind of more embarrassing parts about the conversation from the conservative standpoint. Because conservatives will always say, well, of course I would like to alleviate poverty, and of course I would like to see these things get solved, but it's just too expensive. Well, no, it isn't. Like, this realization was actually a big awakening for me. What I'm going to talk about right here. This is a huge shift in my worldview. It is universally cheaper to simply provide food and shelter to people. It is universally cheaper. It costs taxpayers, it costs the society, it costs the people experiencing the homelessness, it costs the communities less by providing food and shelter to the homeless, to people in poverty, than it does to pay for the natural outcomes of maintaining their poverty. Emergency services are not free. Food banks are not free. Police services, not free. Security services, not free. The amount of time and legislation that goes into making certain places uninhabitable for homeless people. There's this section of Toronto downtown where they've put spikes and little bars everywhere so homeless people can't find nooks and crannies and comfortable places to sleep, so they just sleep in the middle of the street. They just sleep in the middle of the Broadway. You're just like, there. But the awakening came when I realized they know it's cheaper. They know it's cheaper. Right? That's why they no longer bring up how you're going to pay for it. Because the answer actually is it's cheaper. Like, in the United States, the universal health care argument is naked. You spend 20% of your paycheck for private healthcare or 4% of your paycheck for universal healthcare. It's cheaper, a lot cheaper, right? And it's always going to be cheaper. And fiscal conservatism is like the beating heart of the of conservatives attempting to be credible. And so when it comes to dollars and cents, they hold themselves with pride that they're always going to make the right decision for dollars and cents, but they don't. They don't make the right decision for dollars and cents. Because they're willing to pay more to get this outcome. You understand? They want people to be homeless. Homeless people are beneficial to capitalists. I've got an hour over. I need to go to sleep. Maybe I'll brush up on my Foucault. JT writes, it really is getting to the point where they can't obfuscate. They will just use force to maintain their privilege. Yeah, they can't say, how will I keep privilege over others out loud? They're starting to, though. They're starting to. There's a great news Oh, Foucault said end of history. Yeah, real credible guy. This is the end of history. Credible. I forget what I was going to say. Okay, I got to go. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are doing everything they can to make you realize, to make it so that you don't realize it. I'm too tired. I can't do the shtick. Do the thing. Rebel. Fight the power. All they had to do is pay enough to live. They won't even do that.